advisor, correct?
He does reserve duty on behalf of the Navy.
His title is senior as an advisor. You gave him that title, correct?
And I would count him as very much an advisor of mine.
Yep, he travels with you, correct?
Tim Parlatore has been a long-term friend. He's a great patriot.
He travels with you. That's not what I asked. Every time I find he travels with you, doesn't he? He travels with you, doesn't he? Correct? There's public Instagram that shows this. Just say yes.
Yes, of course.
Okay. He sits in meetings with you and advises you, doesn't he?
He sits in some meetings on occasion.
Yeah, well, he maintains a desk in an office in the Pentagon, does he not?
I'd have to check.
You don't know?
It's a big Pentagon.
You directly commissioned Mr. Parlatore in the Naval Reserve as a Navy commander in March 2025, did you not?
I was very proud to do so.
And when you did, because he's a Navy Reserve officer, he didn't have to go through the PPO process, the White House Presidential Personnel Office, right? He wasn't vetted by White House PPO.
Uniformed service members don't get vetted.
The answer is yes. He didn't have to be vetted by White House PPO. He didn't go through the Senate confirmation process either, did he? The answer is no.
I don't know what you're getting to, but Tim is a fantastic.
I'll tell you what I'm getting to. The answer is no, right?
He does great work.
Okay. He didn't maintain a security clearance when you appointed him as special advisor. Is that right?
I'd have to check.
You don't know?
Oh my God.
I mean, anybody that has access to sensitive material is going to have the appropriate clearance.
Okay, so when you appointed him as special advisor, he had a security clearance?
You're trying to piece together a time.
No, I'm asking a simple question. When you're special, most sensitive advisor, you have a security clearance.
No, you're playing a gotcha game like you do on TV and everywhere else. You're trying to thread together details that
clearly you're concerned
about something else.
Clearly you're concerned about my line of questioning, aren't you, Mr. Secretary? Because you know where it's going, don't you? I think you do. So, he has a private law practice, does he not?
From what I understand of his law practice, he does a lot of great work for service members in the military and other.
He maintains a private law practice. Does he represent foreign governments or persons in that private law practice?
I don't know.
You don't know. Somebody who's sitting in your meetings, a special advisor, you don't know. Does he represent any senior officers who are currently under consideration for promotion by you or your office?
The only big person that makes determinations about senior officers is me.
They have to answer the question. Does he represent senior officers who are under consideration for promotion by you?
No, I'm the one that makes decisions about choosing.
Does he represent them, Mr. Secretary? Does he represent them?
He doesn't represent anyone. He's a legal advisor and always has been.
But he has clients, does he not?
He's a legal advisor to me on reserve duty, and he always has been, and he does a fantastic job.
Is it true that Mr. Parlatore was removed? Are you playing my time? Is it true that Mr. Parlatore was removed from the investigation by the White House?
I know what you're to, but not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware of it. Was it true that you were also removed from that same investigation? The answer is yes.
No, not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware of it. That's interesting. Well, is it true that Mr. Parlatore disparaged President Trump?
I don't know what you're referring to, but no.
Is it true that Mr. Parlatore was accused by President Trump and his lawyers of lying?
What you're accused of is a cute line of questioning that's going nowhere.
Well, it's going somewhere, which is why you're not answering the question. But is it true that he was accused of lying by the president's legal team?
I'm not familiar to. You have to give me the context.
Well, it's right here. You want to look at the statement from President Trump's
legal team? Blow up a quote and claim it says something, and that's what you're doing in a little stunt.
Secretary Hegseth, what I'm really concerned about is you purport to have unfaltering loyalty to President Trump, and yet you are continuously going.
You hear a lot about President Trump, don't you?
You're going behind this
waste of your 5 minutes.
Pointing
a huge waste of your 5 minutes that
I'm claiming my time. You are repeatedly going behind the president.
Colorado's time. Go ahead, Mr. Carter.
You are repeatedly going behind President Trump's back, appointing people who he has accused of lying. And you are not being honest with President Trump.
South Carolina.
I was at the store with $12 in my account and an empty fridge. Payday still 3 days away. That's when I opened Till. In less than 5 minutes, I got a Till cash advance up to $400 sent straight to my account. No interest, no credit check.
additional cost of.
I think that was it with the highlights. But they had a really good one with Kelly the other day. Let me pull up that. Any comments, y'all, on what's going on? Or any news articles y'all want to share? I'm hungry. I need to cook something to eat. What's up, Trouble?
Hey, how you doing? What's up?
That cook was good. I just wanted to comment. He had him on the ropes. I put it in the chat. Hexeth looked a bit frazzled. He was fighting back.
I like how he played. That Democrat played in his face and told all the shit he said about Trump. You know, it's like, aren't you going against Trump? Aren't you going against? Trump is really egotistic. You hear that shit, he's gonna be like, "What did this motherfucker say?" That was a good play. I'm gonna look up the one with the back and forth between him and what's his name out of Arizona. But yeah, that shit's sad. These soldiers are coming forward, telling the news that they're getting deployed and they're not ready to deploy. These National Guard soldiers pissed off. They're like, y'all sending us forward. We ain't got the proper equipment. We're not fucking trained. Y'all gotta send us back in.
Well, he's a young man, and he's in the National Guard, and I have not seen him. I didn't get his number, because we were working together. He was like a temp. And he's like, yeah, I feel like his ass has been deployed. Nobody knows where this kid.
He was a temp at your job?
He would do his 1 weekend a month or whatever they're supposed to do.
I mean, y'all would know, or your HR would know, because they would have had to give him. He would have had to give them orders.
Okay. I don't want to ask, but I assume he's probably deployed.
His ass escaping work. He said he went to his weekend drill and they never come back. Ciao. But yeah, this is a mess. Let me look at. Oh fuck. Let me look up.
You
to inhabit this planet and make it a farm is they look at us as containers and I guess within the containers lies the soul.
With these systems, you can't tell it's a robot.
Well, there's an irony.
Put a womb in there. Put a womb in there so I don't have to have children again. That's wonderful. I see that as great.
I feel every day IO talk about AI might be the last day we see IO. He appears up his own arse, so we should probably...
Yeah, no, it's true. Singularity can be really close. And I would argue actually we're past the event horizon. But we're not at the singular.
Of silence for the IO we used to know.
I really like that. That's a great image, IO. Past the event horizon. That's exactly right.
Yeah, like you don't know that you can't escape, but you've crossed that boundary where you cannot.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with all this. I just don't agree that it's bad. That's the difference.
Yeah, I think it's good.
It's okay, because John has only got a matter of weeks now before he spends 3 solid days being turned into an optimist. So it's
Well, look, we become a rounding error, Ben. Look, we become rounding error to their economy. We become as difficult to take care of as it is for us to take care of squirrels, hamsters, cats, and dogs. Okay?
No.
I agree with that, but I would love to be our domesticated rabbit, though, if I was a rabbit.
Exactly.
The optimism is becoming a scavenger. It's funny. The irony for me is when I was doing 1 hour of code with my son, we were doing Star Wars coding, right? And you're on 1 hour of code, and your job is with R2D2 and yourself to go around and collect the scavenger metal, right? That Star Wars has this very appropriately. And you create a path, and you can also create a bomb to blow up the bad guys who are trying to get you as you go scavenger for junk metal and junk parts, right? To do what? To make other robots or to fix your spaceship to get off the planet, right? And what's good about that, and the irony at the time, I didn't think about it as I'm teaching them to code, and we're looking at the scavenger economy, is that's exactly what it leads to. As long as, after kind of thing, I say 5, but after the 5-year kind of thing goes by,
you're always using the extremes. Either the
collecting scrap metal.
doom and gloom.
Sorry, bro, you broke up.
Let's go on. So
what about the balance?
So over 5 years?
I went
go
by
back to the 5 years?
So this, yeah, okay. So yeah, I'll say 5 years, and then after that, there's this other window. It's the gap of where we are the rounding error, or we are collecting the scrap metal. And the irony is, because this is what Star Wars kind of has right. You have to ask yourself, why aren't the robots out there just collecting it by themselves? Because it's too expensive, obviously, just to make a robot to do that, right? So the humans who still have the old robots, back when people were buying robots, have tasked them to do jobs that the regular robots that are too busy doing more important things aren't doing. And so you have this scavenger economy that emerges, right? Where you're collecting scraps. And I would argue that that's going to be the great, hey, at least we all get to do something that's equivalent to that metaphor of the jobs that we do while the robots are still too expensive to produce, and that there's scraps for us to pick up along the way. 5 to 10 years after that, and that's about our run. So good luck for your...
So optimistic.
I also saw episodes of Star Wars that had the Empire taking care of garden planets, so I don't know, can you go both ways?
Hey, just a little heads up. Fred is going to do a Science Fridays here starting in 15 minutes, 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Eastern, on thermonuclear rockets.
We're going to end this room before that.
It'll be
It's Friday.
Well, on the subject of crazy weapons, anyone here know of the Chinese war dog that's lately been tested? If not, it's pretty incredible. Go look it up. So the Chinese have actually invented basically a war dog. So it's a robot dog. It's got the 4 legs. It's got like kind of a dog head, but it has on its back a rocket launcher, and on its sides and underbelly are machine guns. It was tested with a bunch of prisoners. This is very interesting how the Chinese do their military testing. I guess a bunch of prisoners who were on the death row. This is how they were executed. The dog went in, shot everyone with 1 bullet, and then turned itself off. That is, I mean, that's wow, humanity just kind of keeps thinking of ways to destroy itself more creatively, and the thermonuclear kind of adds to that is, oh, awesome, all right, so this will destroy the world, and this will destroy every human, but we're getting really, really good at just different ways of destroying humanity, which is, I mean, I personally don't have an issue with that. That would be the pessimist in me.
Hey, I just want to point out, humans in the battlefield. And I just want to point out Fred's thermonuclear rocket thing is probably going to be presented optimistically for those of you
except
with
Europe and
rose-colored
America don't have anything close. Like, we don't even have a robot that can walk. So, you know, if there's like a battlefield thing, China just deploys its war dogs.
Well, this is not a battlefield thing. It's just so you know that too. This is really just about repulsion.
I would take the other side of Meg's argument. I don't think there's been a lot of creativity. I think that we've had Islam for like 1,500 years now, and we haven't really come up with anything better to destroy humanity than Islam.
All right. Ah, jeez.
The worst.
You're like a pit bull, Ben. You give these ideas. It's like a pit bull on your leg. It just never lets go. Right.
And switch the subject over to what he wants to talk about as opposed to work with
No,
me.
Aisha. No, you must have not had enough sleep, Aisha. You got it all wrong.
I definitely haven't had enough sleep. I was up really early and I was prepping for work today. So yeah, just making sure that I'm hearing what I'm hearing is all.
Yeah, well, related to what Meg said, I mean, I don't know. It's a sad state of affairs. As to why there's like so much profit, so much money to be made, and
Well, this is part of Benjamin's argument. Yeah, that's part of Benjamin's argument, and he's sort of right, because when you look at those companies, right, everyone uses the Boston Dynamics, as the thing that we all remember being the originator of these kind of things, and that thing itself was an MIT spinoff, right, and that turned into like Google, like Alphabet, got in and got their hands on that. They were deep entrenched in that, and then the bank that came in, I think it was SoftBank, and now it's owned by Hyundai Motor Group, right? So it isn't always the country that starts it out is the one to do it. Sometimes, a lot of times, it is academia. Like I know we were talking about the atomic bomb earlier and stuff like that. It's these, hey, we're going to build it because we can kind of thing, and that's kind of what we're saying. The stuff is built. It gets controlled a lot of times by another country, right? After there's a lot, right? Like it's normally people from another country who come to America, to come to our universities to work on something, they go back home to do their own spin-off company after we've done the bigger spin-off company that starts the technology that we sell, that we get invested, that we get the PC in there, and then it turns into an evil war machine, and then
that's how we get V4.
That's it, right? That's it. That's what we're talking about. Like, what is your prevention? All the optimists, it's like, tell me how this doesn't become, because you're all real, excuse me for my French, you're all fucking cool, is what you are, right? You're all in that movie like, oh, sorry, like, said the president can't be bothered. That's why she brought up the example. Now, it's fiction, but it's funny because we see it as true all the time. We're all doing it when we're on here talking about whatever we're talking about, and it's like, there's not a lot of attention. There's not enough companies sitting around doing the think tank defense protocols for AI and so forth, and let alone what we're going to do for economies, especially the very big economies. If they're doing it behind closed doors. Nobody's having big conversations about, hey, what's the triage plan when the economy goes absolutely to shit? Instead, we have one person who's running like a tyrant, running the country, dividing up the fractions. Where just yesterday we were watching the senator that I was sharing the video of, where he's asking people to be judges, who are the wannabe judges on the district level for each state, coming in with these coached answers where they can't even answer, what happened on January 6th and was the election real for Joe Biden. They can't answer it because they have like gag order because of the political nature of the country and how it's held hostage. It's not just because it's held hostage by Trump. It literally could be that way in any really politically charged economy. There's no reason to think that it couldn't go the other way. But right now, it's a Trump thing. It's like, so what do you do when you start tending towards authoritarianism and each side's trying to one each other up? It feels like the same arms race that there is to, we better make sure we're the ones that get super smart AI before the other country, and then it's like no precaution. It's just go gadget.
Again, my vote is that we get intelligent and well-intended people to embrace these tools. Number the less dumber and or less well-intended people. It's
That's
really
a good
idea.
Let's do that.
Yeah, exactly. There you go, John. I've got one more on board.
It's amazing how good, well-intentioned people can, how easily they can be bought. I used to the same sort of process, look at politics of like, well, you want to be a representative, there's sort of a, there's kind of a good, well-intentioned kind of sense of some of it until they get there and realize they can't change anything. And in fact, the only thing to do is just kind of join them. So if you can't beat them, join them. That's sort of where I see a lot of, yeah.
We could really fix this if we just lose the We could fix all of this if we just decided that we would only have good people running our things.
The joke part of that isn't really a joke though is if we only would have decided not to let money into politics when we had a chance to shut it down. Like, I mean, that's, and now it's good luck, right? Because we have to have MSNBC, which is Rachel Maddow's network, which allows her to be a total optimist and not say what she's really thinking because she works for one of those companies, right? So it's like they have to entertain Trump all day because that's obviously where the revenue is, because they are a dying model. That will be out of business. And that makes the point.
It's better carrying it round, and it leads you to do things that are more positive. And that's true. And by positive, I mean towards. The difference between positive and negative is whether you're towards or away from it. If I say don't sit on that hot stove to a kid, and then they go and stick their head underwater. No, don't stick your head underwater. So then they go and, I don't know, asphyxiate themselves. No, don't asphyxiate yourself. You could just say, hey, dude, let's go play football on the lawn. That's positive. It's towards a specific thing rather than away from something negative and into another pan of an infinite number of other possible negative things. So it's just whether you're thinking in a towards or away from fashion. That's what I'm advocating.
Yeah, and it's actually one of the main tips. I don't know if you knew that, Ben, but in the agent guides for most of the companies like Claude and OpenAI, they say, don't tell the agent not to do this. Be affirmative instead of negative. Say, do that. Try that again.
I mean, there's no such
Try
thing
it
as...
this way. Don't say, don't do that, because then the system just avoids and deceives you. And so deception is like, what is it called?
Well, it's even simpler than that. There just are no negatives in nature. I mean, don't think of a blue elephant. You start thinking, I mean, it's just as simple as that. Nature doesn't have negatives in it. Animals don't go around saying, don't. There's just things. We get ourselves all messed up with these negatives.
Yeah.
You can't. It just doesn't exist, especially to language model. You just said the language that we're trying to avoid. Let's be done. Just say the language you want. It's just harder work to think about what you want and what you don't want. It's much easier just to complain about what you don't want.
Yeah, but humans are trained with negatives all the time.
What's that?
Humans are trained with negatives all the time.
We just have positive and some other charge.
If only it was if only it was northwest.
North poles and south poles. Which one do we get rid of?
I don't know, John, because we live on a plane, my man.
Well, yeah, the south pole's in the center, the north pole's all around the edge.
Yeah, and the North Pole is really the South Pole. It's all wild.
Is there anybody here who's good at math?
Nope, can't help you.
There's at least 2 people here that may be moderately good at teaching math.
Right? Actually, 3 people who have required math skills. Okay, I think we can do this. I want somebody to math for me Ben's proposal that we use magnetics.
There's 4 minutes. 4 minutes until we shut the room down so that we can support the sign.
This won't take more than 4 minutes.
That's
I
my
want
math.
somebody to math for me the efficiency
Minus
of
1150.
moving electricity using only the magnetic elements of a transformer. And I think of a transformer as having 2 coils and a magnetic component in between them, approximately 1/8 of an inch long, and an efficiency of approximately 90%. That's a loss of 10% energy per 1/8 of an inch. And I'd just like somebody to map that out for me per mile. It's the efficiency of Ben's proposal of using transformers to move electricity per mile. I did a little back of the envelope. I had a napkin. I did some calculations. I came up with the figure that if you use magnetics to transfer energy for 1 mile,
The amount of energy you would lose is all of it. Did I get that wrong?
You made a ridiculous argument. It's got nothing to do with what I was talking about, as usual, but that's all good.
Love it.
Bless him. Oh, you go. They didn't take the full.
2 minutes, I get my little quantum computing talk too, and we hope to inspire 7 or 8 people to help us save the world.
Oh, is that a quantum 7 or 8, or what's the?
Well played.
I want to go to a quantum lecture. Why don't you ever tell us about these things ahead of time? Or you should set up the Zoom.
Well, he doesn't tell us ahead of time because the quantum lecture doesn't exist until you look at it. That's why.
No, it doesn't exist until you know. We've only got a few more seconds, but I've got an envelope here.
I'm supposed to be
The
in the
other
room.
side says U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Aviation Administration, and has my name on it, and then I feel it. Got something, hard inside.
Somebody finally has their credentials, their first set.
Glad you got a license. Little license.
Safety is no accident. It must be planned. You must sign your name in ink prior to exercising the privileges of the certificate, reporting address change, starting the next century of flight. See, the next 100 years of flight. Exactly what I was saying yesterday. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. The Wright brothers.
Congrats. We've all been here for your 2 years of flight.
And not failing.
A deceased airman certificate should be returned to the Airman Certificate Branch within 30 days of death. That's the last sentence in this entire project.
Okay, enjoy your lecture, bro.
And I'm sorry that electricity cannot be moved. Was the other room started proper yet? Oh, there it is. All right.
Hello there. Is there anyone? Hello. Am I audible to you guys? Hello. Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, no, I said you missed the big discussion earlier today. I think everybody kind of dribbled off to work or whatnot. But, well, if you want a quick jump on something good, there's a link pinned to the top that was done by Kip Thorne. It's very, very interesting. It's about 2 hours and 20 minutes long, but I'd strongly advise you watch it. Everybody's watching it, and we're going to probably talk about it later. It's very good, very, very good.
Can you provide a bit context about what?
Okay, the Fermi paradox. Do you know what that is?
Sorry to disturb you, but sorry to be getting my voice back to me.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I'll fix that. I know.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
I think it's been fixed. Yes, you are mentioning.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes. You are mentioning something like you are mentioning about the paradox something.
Yes, at the top, in the top of the room, you see a link pin there from YouTube. I'm suggesting to watch it if you have the time. We're going to talk about it. It's a very important discussion by a top scientist, astrophysicist, or physicist, about the Fermi paradox and his take on it. Yeah, so I'd say you can watch that, and once everybody's back, we're going to talk.
Yes, definitely. And can you provide bit context? What is the paradox? Something like I've been heard for the first time.
Fermi paradox is the consideration that because humans exist and our civilization, and because the parameters for life are on numerous planets, that we should see a lot more life. But we have not seen any life or detected any civilization but our own. So the question is there something that keeps civilizations from lasting long enough for them to be detected? Or what could be the reason for that? So that's the paradox. The paradox is that mathematically we should see more life and we don't see any but ours. And the question is why? Is there something that is inherent to civilizations that causes them to destroy themselves, potentially? So we're discussing that. But there's some theories, some new thinking, and that's what's in that link right there, that some new ideas on why we don't see or hear any other civilizations in space.
Okay, Richard. Thank you so much. Let me check it out.
Sure.
hockey news on. Big up to Ray, I don't know. Son Goku. You know, a man named Cat Dog. The one Hakeem Brown gone over the sort of blood over FEG to blood.
You know, they're scared to talk to him over here. They can run the script over there. They can't really have proper conversation over here. They just can't say outlandish things, and everybody else jumping off the mic, you know, dog piling and all that.
Oh. Hakeem, fire up the man to blur it. Hakeem, if you stop, go over there, man. He must see him. Told him, they need to stop, man. You can't sit to them Monday over there, someone. It don't make no sense, brother. It makes you can't.
He kind of go over there to get on Linnell because you know Linnell's scared to speak everywhere else except over this. That's his way of going over there, getting at Linnell, correcting some of the incorrect things Linnell be pushing over there.
Yeah, you must still, but just empower them on the man. And when them see you come over there and you want to talk to them, that just empower them on them, dog. You know what I'm saying?
You know, I have an idea if you want to hear it.
The same thing with Son Goku over there sometime. For what my youth, why you over there listen to them on them? You know what I'm saying? You can't listen to foolishness, brother. Might as well go pick grass. I said, pick grass, the blood. Me. catch up in them room, my.
But yeah, they done kind of pretty much got away from the flat earth to the most degree over the past month. And they talked about a lot of other things besides that flat earth nonsense. So every now and then somebody come and rile them up a little bit, but other than that, I think they've come to accept this, that Artemis 2 is in fact real. And I think they're starting to realize, hey man, you trying to push against that, that's a state of delusion now. That's no longer denial, man. Now, I make sure they know that. You know what I mean? Like, here, man, okay, it's one thing to be in denial, but after 10 days straight live, following the whole mission, and you come back and say this is fake, and this is that. No, brother, that's no longer denial. You are now in a state of delusion. And y'all need to get yourselves out of that, especially as black men.
True that, brother.
They're supposed to be, well, the government is lying about this and that. Well, let's focus on the current administration and all the lies that they are telling. Let's focus on that. I don't want to talk about that. For some odd reason, yet they're supposed to be conspiracy theorists, supposed to be anti-government. But they have zero problems with what they see this government doing. A tyrannical government at that, man. Things people used to rally against, they support now, which is kind of backwards to me, but the psyops clearly worked. They pretty mum on a lot of things that this current administration is doing, and they just totally oblivious to all the rights being rolled back. They're oblivious to all this.
was a big coping party. A lot of crying and Richard Yakoa, no.
There's a claim, Jamal. They say you're a converted flat earther, globe earther.
Who said that?
I think everyone said so. In this room. Hakeem said it.
New shit, they make up a new narrative about me every day. They called me a liar yesterday for presenting the math and talking about Riley's criterion, what it means and how it works. Just you can't come up with verification. They just pop it out the world. It's like the hallmark. It's like the ultimate, like, okay, I have no argument. So, character assassination, what's the easiest way to do that is call someone and brand them as a liar. Ever ask any of them to ever give one example of a lie they can never do it? But I just did it for John the other day. Just did it for John like 10 times. He could never come up with one. We said it again the other day, and I asked him why they say it. Crips that could come up with one, and it's just like, damn, you realize y'all all just running around just calling me a liar, and you can't come up with one single dishonest or lying thing. Like, isn't that like, come on, concerning? What's making you go there? What's making you say?
It's what it is, man. For me, I want this room to be about science. So it shouldn't be all about debunking flat Earth. Let it be about science, generalist science.
Yeah, but there's nobody in here who's sharp or interested to talk about science at all.
Just physics.
And then remember, this is 10's room, and 10, they say that, they all say that all the time, and 10 swiftly reminds them every time, no, man, this room is about fighting back Jamal's propaganda. That's what this room is specifically.
Because I think it's quite a sad existence that a room exists just to debunk a couple of individuals. It's quite sad.
Particularly something that is as stupid as flat Earth sounds, right? If it is as stupid as it sounds, it wouldn't need this much treatment and attention. It would just be obviously stupid. And just we need a room to talk about it daily.
Yeah, laugh at us, keep it moving. That's it.
That's what it should be. But obviously, there's something deeper going on. And these guys ain't ready to.
Funny as hell, man.
Taking in these beautiful ocean views, man. They're so beautiful.
You mean flat ocean views?
Yeah, oh yeah, flat is now. Flat is. Man, I was looking at it. I got like a 180-degree view of the ocean, or maybe like 160. And it's just flat as far as your eyes can see. And I'm just thinking, like, to think that this curves around the ball, it's not impossible. You know, it's not hard to see how you could think that, right? Because, you know, it just goes off, it cuts off, kind of looks like it could be an edge that goes down. But just think about it. This is a large volume of water. See if I take a pic. The course already is kind of my PTR. It's the same. I'm on the same exact balcony, but it's just morning time. It's sunrise time. Take another picture and think.
I want to come into this room, and then the conversation is about, hey, I figured out a new propulsion system, or I figured out a new mineral that's being mined in somewhere in Ghana, and that mineral works better than the quartz or whatever. And this is the type of beats you can get out of it, and so on. I want to hear those things so we can learn something new. It's life and science, right? But no, it's every day. It's Jamal, Lionel, it's It's flat Earth. They're crazy. Jamali
Guys are traumatized.
It's crazy as shit, man.
I don't know why they don't think that's how they look. I don't know why they don't have self-awareness and realize that it does look crazy, man. And then the cowardly way in which y'all engage, y'all won't even engage with us. Y'all scared to engage us.
I said, let's keep it science. I like the science conversation more. Let's even talk about quantum physics, which is kind of voodoo. Actually, I would like to learn more about it, but I think the avenues to learn it is not very straightforward from what I gathered. So. Maybe one day 10 is just gonna come lecture us on quantum physics. Or quantum. I'm hoping one day 10 is gonna go out here and lecture us on quantum physics.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, man. That's how to move the needle forward. That's how to move science forward. Don't argue with us about things that you already know you're correct about. Sometimes they're talking to themselves. There's no flat earther in the room.
About to walk down to the beach. Pop back in later to hear them crying. They had a coat party.
Yeah, man. It's maybe in an hour or so they're gonna assemble. Oh, Teddy's here.
What about me? You boys still dejected? 8:31. Flat earth careers are.
We want to learn about science, Teddy. We want to learn about all types of science. You know.
Well, you sitting on the information superhighway, learn away.
I mean, it seems like every time I go look for information, it's not good enough. It's YouTube science or it's TikTok science or something.
That's unfortunate for you, young brother.
Yeah, so it might be better if I get it from you guys. So I'm here.
Man, y'all mantra is do your own independent research. So get to it.
But you guys don't accept it, so I think I'm beginning to rethink my ways. So I want to apply your methods.
When your source is a guy like Eric Dublé, Flat Earth Dave, that's like questionable. But who am I? You don't scrutinize those guys, as you're supposed to. Maybe you might want to start scrutinizing those guys. They fed y'all eyes for years, man. No, guess what? On April 1st, niggas was Mr. MIA. For some odd reason.
Can you tell me something Eric Dubai is wrong about?
What happened?
Can you tell me something that you like?
I don't know nothing. Everything fake. Except what Eric Dubai and Flat Earth Babe tell you. That's what's real. Everything else fake.
I don't think Eric Dubé wants people to believe anything he's saying.
No, you believe it. I'm sure you subscribe. You ain't pick up his books. You ain't get his pamphlets or his digital downloads or none of that. What about Flat Earth Day? Did you buy the app? You got a Flat Earth app? You subscribe? I'm pretty sure you are.
That's funny.
Oh yeah, you have to. I agree with you on that one. It's hilarious. Pure comedy, pure entertainment. But some it's their identity. But that's unfortunate for those brothers. It all had to come crashing down April 1st through the 10th. So they are no longer in a state of denial. These brothers are living in a state of delusion now. No longer denial. Jamal ran up out of here. He got to run anytime he see him. He got to beat your feet, homie.
Jamal said
all them years of yapping.
Jamal said he was by the ocean and he was looking at the flat ocean. So
of course he was. He seen that fucking sunset. He seen it rise too.
Yeah, so
what up? I guarantee he won't take a video of it though.
I don't know.
He could easily video record it. Guarantee the sun don't move away. It's a small guy that you can't cheat no more. No shit like that happens. Nothing like that happens. You ever notice they never record sunrises and sunsets themselves? But it's always here. Look at this YouTube video of this fakery. Check this out. All right, how you doing today? All right. Drawings. They present drawings and shit. And then dismiss photographic evidence. You don't find that odd?
I think it's odd too. You're right. So are we gonna be mining? What are we gonna be mining on the moon? Or extracting? Are we extracting helium or?
I don't know what they got planned, but they got something going on. That's a very You didn't pay no attention to that, huh?
I didn't pay attention to it.
Like, were you aware of that when they landed on the moon with a rover?
Yes.
Oh, you sure? You sure you was aware of that?
It landed on the dark side, eh?
There's no such thing as the side of the moon. The far side. The far side.
Are you
the far side? The far side. Say the proper context. It's the far side of the moon.
Dark side of the moon.
The far side.
Okay, it can be far side. Okay, whatever you want to call it. But
no, because if you saying the dark side, when we have new moon, that would be the dark side as well, right? But it's not. So it's the far side of it.
No, we only see one side of the moon anyway. You know, miraculously, we never see the other end of it.
Right. But that does not mean the other side of the moon does not get sunlight. That's what I'm trying to say. So that's why it's not the dark side, it's the far side. It gets light as well.
I know. How do you know?
What do you mean? They just showed you a piece of it. What are you talking about?
You're right. That's actually true.
I had on the original date, they would have fully got the fire. They would have fully got the fire. You can't listen if you're talking while I'm talking, bro.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you can't possibly be listening. So had they launched on the original date, which was February 1st, the original window, they would have caught the 5 spot illuminated. And it would have been the new moon for us on Earth. So that was the original plan, but they caught some of it during this mission, but not as much as they would have liked compared to the original plans. But had they launched on the first, we'd have got pure images from the far side of the moon. And it would have been the new moon for us on Earth. We wouldn't be able to see the face of the moon. That's not hard to understand, is it? Hopefully.
No, it's not.
Okay. So that's all that happened. But the technicality, they had to push it back. They had to delay till they make on the next available window, which was Piggy Space. I usually next available window, and they took advantage of it and launched. But it had nothing to do with no April Fools and all this foolery they talking about online and all these narratives they pushing. The original date was February, not April. But even then, they still were able to capture something pretty historic through time. They were able to capture the unlit side of Earth.
Did you see that crater that they on the moon?
And they were able to catch that solar eclipse. So those was 2 firsts of their kind. So, it worked out in the end, you know what I mean? One window offered one thing and another window offered something different. So either way, we're going to get historical pictures.
Right.
See,
just being able to see the Earth, the sun eclipsed by the Earth, from them being in orbit is like a human being. I don't think we've ever. Well, I think we have seen, but on that particular mission. But
that was a first. They've never captured the Earth eclipsing the sun. That was a first.
Okay, so that was the first.
Yeah, and that's what's in my Teddy profile, Igbo.
And then they
took 2 pictures seconds apart, and one had a longer exposure, so one of them is brighter than the other.
They went the furthest humans have ever gone. Or you should see like Austin Wissett, Bro Sanchez, and them trying to pick it apart. And it's like, Bro Sanchez, I'm not telling you what to believe. I'm just like you are telling them what to believe. Telling them to believe that shit is fake. Because that's what you're
Bro Sanchez is the ultimate grifter. That young man knows better. You know what I mean? He knows the audience that he's playing to. You can kind of hear it because, he makes certain statements to kind of let you know he knows better, but he got an audience to entertain, so, he plays some of the wildest, stupidest sounding things. He knows. A lot of them dudes be knowing better, man. Unfortunately, but I guess that's the way they make their money, But for the victims that actually believe what's flying out their mouth, that's where it's bad. Damn, man. Y'all not gonna scrutinize these. Y'all don't understand these dudes are entertaining and playing on your lack of intelligence, I guess. I don't know. All the professionals and experts don't know what the hell they talking about, but Johnny Come Lately from YouTube.com, he knows. He has the answers all of a sudden. Yeah. We got Igbo. He thinks his PTR is making fun of the lunar rovers. I guarantee you ain't looking to those lunar rovers. Guarantee. You wouldn't be trying to make fun of it. You would be realizing that was a major feat. They pulled it off. And it worked.
So are you saying that I'm making fun of it? I'm not. I love the car.
Well, you attempted to until I came off the mic and stopped you in your tracks.
I love the car, man.
Yeah. So what you need to do now is do the research on Apollo 15, 16, and 17. Check out all the footage from those rovers.
Okay.
Here's where the real beauty come in. Go look at the footage from those rovers. When it comes to the lunar regolith, it's displaying something that cannot be imitated here on Earth. No matter what you do, you can't imitate what you see. Here on Earth, that's how you know it's real. But you don't look no further. You don't really go looking for the truth. So you would know those little minor details that let you know they was really up here. Because what you see can't be replicated here on Earth. Can't. This is just for you, Igbo. This is why Jamal run off anytime you see me now. Because when they first released the photos, I changed the one. But the one in my Teddy, and even the one in the ADP. If said pictures is CGI, why did they not have anything look like those prior to the dates of the release of those photos? You know why they didn't have nothing prior to that? Because that shit is real. Period. Otherwise, they'd have been putting out photos look like that, right? Anybody could have did it, right? They could, because they don't have real photographs. But now that it's out, of course, you could put it in AI and try to duplicate it. Often imitate it, never duplicate it. But yeah, I hit them with that one. I said, hey, you said it's CGI. Well, why y'all didn't have these images prior to the date of the release? Why? Explain that. You had to think about it, and you ran on. And every time you come around me, I ask him the same question, and you run on. You know he don't have no answer.
What image are you talking about?
Right there, in the account that say Teddy. You see that image?
Okay.
No, there's plenty of them. The point being, if these images were CGI, why had nobody produced them prior to the date of this release? It's the reason they could not do so, because those are real photographs of the Earth. That's why. Otherwise, we'd have been had images look like that. We don't, for a reason.
Have you seen the TV show Lost in Space? Have you seen the TV show Lost in Space?
You notice how you avoiding what the fuck I'm saying?
I mean, answer the question, bro.
You notice how you avoid what the fuck I'm saying? You avoiding what I'm saying for a reason.
I'm not avoiding it.
Oh yeah, you did. It's really simple to understand. If those photographs are CGI, we'd have had those photographs prior to the date of their release. We don't have no such thing that looked like that up until that date. Period.
Fine.
Y'all have been making that, which are CGI, right? Come on, man, knock it off.
Have you seen the TV show Lost in Space? I'm guessing you haven't. So when the show was running, there's no way we could have seen the episode that was coming that was coming after the one we were watching for that week.
Boy, you ready to put your foot in your mouth, huh? You like putting your foot in your mouth. You about to put your foot in that bear trap.
But why are you
You're gonna try to snatch it back, brother. Igbo, sometimes you need to just relax and understand certain things, brother. If said photo in Teddy's PTI, if that was CGI, you would have had images look like that prior to that date. You do not, for a reason. You do not for a reason. It's a simple fact. That is photographic evidence of the Earth. You can accept it or reject it. But now, if you into rejecting it, you are no longer a denialist now. You are living in delusion.
Another question that I have is, do you truly believe that image...
Bro, why are you asking a question to answer a question? Why not just answer the question? ADP asks you a question and you're like, oh, to answer it, I'm going to ask you a question. Have you ever seen the TV show Lost in Space? Instead of actually just answering it. Why don't you answer it first, then ask?
I'm going to have to get back with you later. My talk time up right now, so I'm just going to be listening, brother.
Yeah, Igbo, why don't you just answer the question first and then rebut and ask the question back?
Well, he said.
Yeah, he said.
He made it.
Yeah, he said that photo is a real photo, and he said, why would it not? Why is there no CGI photos prior to that? And have you seen those TV show Lost in Space?
Quite simply because no one made them.
Jesus Christ.
No one bothered to make them.
You know why they didn't make them, Evo? Because they couldn't. Because this is a real photograph, bro.
Yeah.
Get over it, man. And go check out the Hey, while you at it though, Igbo, go check out the metadata, man. Learn about the camera. They used the flat Earth favorite. It wasn't a P900. It was a Nikon note. Go check out the metadata on it, bro. They got metadata for any and everything. They pose everything to the public for scrutiny, bro. Go look it up, man. Do yourself a favor.
Well, look,
stop making some of these wild-ass
Borealis too.
I'm out doing it.
Look, there's the Aurora Borealis.
So Teddy, metadata proves it's real. That's how.
So Igbo, anytime ADP asks you a question, you're just gonna ask them a question in response?
That's how to answer some
questions. No, you give him an answer.
Because he made a statement.
I mean, it makes you a dishonest and interlocutor and a disingenuous person to not actually directly.
Do you remember his question?
Yeah. Why is there no photos, CGI photos prior to that? And you said, well, they just didn't make them.
I said there's no one.
Yeah, that's a stupid fucking answer.
How's it a stupid answer?
Because you're saying that they didn't possess the ability or the want or need to generate photos like that in CGI?
Yeah. Nobody bothered to generate images like that. See, the thing is, you just...
So like a flat earther could have generated that photo and been like, look, this is how easy it is. But they didn't.
Do you want to challenge me to create the same photograph with... Like,
yeah, go ahead and generate that exact...
How much do you want for it then? Sorry, how much are you...
I'm
not
going
to pay a fucking...
it don't work like that. You should have produced this image prior to them releasing this image. You could not. But now you can try to imitate it now that you've seen it. Why you couldn't produce this prior? That is my point. You know why you couldn't produce it prior?
Because everything they believe is great.
So one of us...
I expect more... I mean, you guys had the high-speed IQ in the continent of Africa, yet you're devolving down to this fucking flatter. It's crazy.
So
I mean, but it does make sense from a group of men who have their women out there making all the money. And
what group of men?
Igbo women generate all the money. They're the ones that take care of you. You're the stay-at-home house daddy.
How do you know that?
Because yep.
Been to the Igbo land before.
I mean, wait, Igbo, are you Biafra or no?
You're now being a.
Wait, are you Biafra or no? Because you know you're never gonna get the state, right?
What makes you think?
Because you didn't, and you're not going to. I mean, the houses are gonna take over. They're gonna dominate all you guys. They're gonna slaughter you guys in the millions.
What houses?
Hausa.
The Hausa people.
Yeah. I didn't say houses. I said Hausa.
Okay, the Hausa people are gonna slaughter the Igbo.
Yeah, it's like 49% Muslim, 51% Christian in Lagos right now, and they're having like 8.1 children for each man, and they're on average have 4 wives. So you guys are gonna get outpopulated. I recommend the Yoruba and the Igbo and the Deltas getting out of there.
Right. So which part of the U.S. government do you work for? Is it the guys?
No. I'm just one of the group of people that has the highest median IQ of any ethnic group on Earth. 115 to 117.
and you believe that the Artemis is real? That test of yours.
Oh no, Israel's IQ is pulled down because 20% of the populace is Arab, 18% Muslim, and you also have to mix in the Mizrahim Jews and also the Sephardim, and also that's Israel from Ethiopia. But if you look at Ashkenazi specifically, it's one.
So are you a Jew then? Right.
I mean, it is interesting that you Igbo claim to be Israelites as well.
I don't claim to be any.
I said you Igbos. I didn't.
The Igbo people who do that are direct.
Yeah, the people that want the Biafra state are too.
You can want the Biafran state and not want.
No, you guys already lost. But the House are going to wipe you off the face of the earth unless you get used to Texas. I mean, that's your second home anyways. It's the largest population of Nigerians outside of Nigeria, Houston. It's the largest Indian population outside of it.
Right. First of all, I would encourage you to go to.
Yeah, can do. No.
So if you haven't been there, you should at least go to.
Yeah, I've never been to Nigeria. I've never been anywhere outside the United States. I've never been outside my city, ever.
It's not like it. Either you have, or you're a CIA agent who's there.
I wouldn't claim Langley. I would claim Fort Meade.
Here we have now.
But I'll allow you to Google search what's in Fort Meade.
It's the same now. You're beginning to sing now. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, they're screwed. They need to move to Houston. Or you can go to the UK, but the UK is kind of in decline. All the Muslims there want to kill you too. All Pakistanis and Bengal.
How about the Muslims that's gonna?
What do you mean? No, we run the world. You got 25 trillion holding just in BlackRock Vanguard State Street.
We can't open the Strait of Hormuz.
You know, there's only actually 3 Rothschilds that aren't Christian right now, which is kind of crazy. They're all Christian now, so keep the guns.
Are you one of them?
Hey, yeah.
Oh, fantastic. I quite enjoy sparring with you, man.
Oh, no. This is like sparring with my.
Is it?
I mean, I said the median for Ashkenazi is 115 to 117. Mine's 140.
Tell me exactly.
My bro's 160. 6 members.
Tell me so.
Father's 134 off 136. 138. Grandfather's 139. I'm 140. Oh, in my 20-month-old son, when he was 20 months old, taught himself to read all one through.
So me something you. Is it?
Yeah.
I can fuck you.
I'm pretty blessed too. I'm 6'4",
IQ, but I can fuck your wife better than you can.
Oh no! If anything, it takes me too long.
I can hear from your voice.
Yes, exactly. 9 3/4 inches.
I can test.
I should round up to 10.
No,
you
you're
want to see
not.
a picture?
No, you're
I got
not.
one where I'm sitting on the toilet all day.
Man. I know people.
Yeah,
I know people.
I actually used to have a great uncle that used to stand out in tobacco fields in northern Kentucky, who would stand there and piss out the side of his overalls. He would reach in and grab his dick, and he.
You're lucky your wife didn't meet me, man.
My wife's 4'9" and 100-pound Filipina. I want you to do what Ebo. I want you to take your hand and squeeze it and make the tightest fist you can, like you're gonna punch somebody, and then shove 9 3/4 inches in that. That's what it's like for me.
God damn, fantastic.
Yeah, she doesn't like black guys though. She thinks they're disgusting.
She would have.
No, she doesn't like. Most Filipinos don't.
She wouldn't.
They usually like white guys.
Why do they think we're disgusting?
It actually comes from Chinese culture, where they believed that the emperor was pasty white, and the darker skin you were, the more likely you were to be a rice terrorist worker. So that's actually where the light-skinned racism comes from China. Has nothing to do with whites. The darker.
Yeah, it's the same in India as well.
Yeah, if you're like a Tamil Nadu, like Tamil person, you're dark-skinned, then it means that you're a poor, farmer. And if you're Gujarati and you're light-skinned or Punjabi, then you're more wealthy.
And then when you really look into it, then you start to look for who's more adapted to live in this world, and you start to realize how you are.
It's crazy that if you go to Alaska, you'll fall into depression and have your bones fucking decaying. If you live in like the northern hemisphere, you get depressed. Your hair starts falling out. You decrease in bone density. All these kind of things. So who's more adapted to living in the world? I don't have to take vitamin D pills if I live in fucking Anchorage, Alaska. I'll be totally fine. I'm not gonna get depressed. My hair's not gonna fall out. I'm not gonna have fucking mood swings. But you will. You're gonna have to take vitamin D. You're gonna have to sit under a fucking.
It's 65-degree north. So do the math. You figure it out.
Yeah.
And
just remember, if you go to Sweden or Finland or something like that, you're probably gonna lose your mind. So who's more adapted to living in the world? Whites. Takes less vitamin D and sunlight for me to survive.
I've been living on the.
Yeah, you do fine on the equator, but you don't do well on the northerners.
Neither do you eat in the north, too.
No, I do. I have to have minimum light exposure. Minimum vitamin D. You will literally have your hair fall out. Your bones will become fucking weak and brittle, and you'll fall into depression.
Let's just say, like I said, I live.
Wait, Ebo, who's more well-equipped to live in the world? There.
Who's more well-equipped?
Yeah.
To live in this world?
Yeah, white people.
Darker people.
No, because you can't live in the northern and southern hemisphere without going.
Yeah, but most of the Earth, most of the landmass.
Flat or round Earth?
No, let's
round.
Cool. Yeah.
Round Earth. Most of the round Earth is in a warm climate. So. While I agree with some of the stuff that you just said, Coco, it actually is true.
I mean, science is biology.
But the harsher climates, I mean, especially if you're talking about Alaska and Sweden, my God, who wants to live there?
Yeah, but if you had to, that's why you said who's more well equipped to live in this earth.
But you're not. But without shelter, you're not as well equipped to live in warmer.
Yeah, but I can put a cloth on my head and on my skin. I mean, if he doesn't have vitamin D pills, then he dies.
Vitamin D. No, that is true. I mean, they wouldn't.
It's vitamin D deficiency.
Yeah, you could have vitamin D deficiency, but I wouldn't say that you would die.
We have cloth everywhere, but if the world goes into like a fucking, if the entire fucking economy collapses globally and we're sent back to the Stone Age, I can get cloth and put cloth on me. Evo's not going to be able to get vitamin D pills.
Okay.
I don't get why.
If I live on the equators in Sweden, then he's.
No, that's screwed. Human beings can live anywhere.
Yeah, but the more melanin you have, the more sunlight exposure you need, or you become vitamin D.
That is true. I think that's true. I think they're taking it a little to the extreme.
No, I'm not. I'm saying it's more
Well, no human being can produce like vitamin C. We have to get that from everybody.
I mean, both of us need that, but that's a common thing.
He's correct on the vitamin D. There is a certain amount of vitamin D that genetically blacks need more of than whites. Though whites, if you're exposed to sunlight for too long, you develop melanoma. So I mean, there's a give and take, which is the great thing. I love these discussions, right? Because there are different.
It's better to be light-skinned and Hispanic. I agree.
That's probably the perfect.
Yeah, or Arab.
But I like these discussions because it's terrible to say that we're all the same.
No, we're not a monolith.
Yeah, we have different. Different diseases affect us differently. Cancers affect us differently. We have a different internal biology and possibly some differences in the way our perception and our development of intellect. These are all possible things.
Yeah, but it's kind of a silly point though, because human beings are just one of millions and millions of species on the planet, and each species is adapted to live in its particular environment. So like, what do we even mean here? One's better or worse?
Well, no, because one can live in more diverse climates. That's what we're.
Yeah, but this is, it's not true though. Like, all human beings, no matter what their skin color is, can live anywhere on the planet.
It is true.
It's false. Any human being, no matter where they're from or what their skin color is, can live anywhere on the planet.
Yeah, but Evo can't live in fucking Sweden. I mean, he would die unless he gets like.
No, that's not.
Because he'll be vitamin B to fucking weak bones. He'll also fall into manic depression.
Actually, that will die.
Silly.
Yeah,
of course. Black people live in Sweden, right?
Most of them take vitamin.
In out of his mouth. You don't even know what he's talking about.
I know.
You're probably right. But you're still shitting out of your mouth.
I know. I'm right, but I'm shitting out of my mouth.
My IQ is
Yeah, 141.
No, I mean, like there are supplements that you take if you're vitamin D deficient, just like would wear the cloth. So it's not like it's an impossibility.
Yeah, but if we're in the Stone Age, it doesn't have.
Well, if you're in the Stone Age, if we're in the Stone Age, then you would have a lot of trouble.
I can do something he can't do. I can build a hut.
Yeah. But how are you gonna hunt?
A hut.
How are you gonna survive?
I mean, both of us would have this. Ebo and I.
No, Ebo is more adapted. If you want to talk about.
What do you mean? Because I mean, I could do that too. But
No.
Eat then I can feed the dog.
What did you mean by that, by the way?
What? There's a tribe in Africa that takes fruit and they place it inside a termite mound. And actually access it, pull it out, and then what they do is go over and feed that.
Yeah, he's comparing.
We're talking about some
primitive African tribes people. I actually do this. But if you're talking about,
most cultures have been farming.
Because Hebrew is an African, so he likely has. Hey, my man. So he likely has the ACC.
He's gonna need more water and more,
which is the athletic gene.
That's why.
So
yeah. Oh, bro, I can say hard all fucking.
No.
I
can say hard all fucking day. I was blessed with that.
I'll fuck the shit out of your wife and your wife.
Oh, you.
No.
Yeah. You ever had every girl you've ever fucked in your entire life just gush all over the fucking mattress?
Come again?
Have you ever fucked every girl that you've ever fucked in your entire life gush all over the mattress?
Some of them.
Some, not all. Yeah, I haven't found one that happened. Alright, so if you go two knuckles in, and you go up towards the clitoris, it's called the clitoris sponge, or also the G-spot, and you rub that. No, I'm explaining more than the G-spot is. It's called the clitoris sponge. Where is it at?
I know where it's at. You're
Jesus Christ. Literally, one fucking finger, I can make your rule for your girlfriends.
I'm telling you.
Sorry, your boyfriend.
Use your penis.
The prostrates also.
Don't use your hands, your cheek.
Still about to.
Coco, you first like.
No. I'm just saying, if he has a boyfriend, then all he has to do is say the.
No.
The prostrate.
You just said that your wife. First of all, you just said that your wife was
86 when I first met her. And I said that if you take your hand and you squeeze it and make the tightest fist like you're about to punch somebody, and then shove your dick in it, that's what it's like. I recommend the Filipinos.
That's
Filipinos.
a little too small for.
Nah, you can get it in there.
Too small for.
I got a big meat. That's what it says on my wrist. I mean, it took a lot to when we first met. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Alright, I think Evo's been defeated. If anybody else wants to go. Crazy ass Biafra.
Why are y'all, don't get triggered at this, but like, why are there so many black people on this app that are like so obsessed with melanin?
Elliot, aren't you supposed to be in Andrew's room?
Why are there so many? Oh no, I was trying to listen to this, but why are there so many black people on the app that are obsessed with what, Elliot?
Melanin.
What do you mean obsessed with what?
Because they like to say we was kings. They think they're superior. Even though they possess less than 1% of Neanderthalic, even though they possess less than 1% of Neanderthalic DNA, Caucasians or Europeans are about 3%. Stanford 2020.
Okay, yeah. What do you mean by obsessed with melanin? Like obsessed with their skin color, or that they're very ethnocentric? Is that what you're trying to say, Elliot?
No, I don't. It's just like I don't know. It's one of like the most popular subjects that gets talked about on Clubhouse. I don't understand why it's the fascination with specifically.
African Americans and blacks are very ethnocentric.
Wait, African Americans and blacks are the same thing. You mean Africans and African American?
and entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, if you're African, then you don't have genetic
Are you gonna interrupt?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
Are you gonna interrupt every time
I'm giving clarification because if you're African American, then you have a European admixture, so that's what I was saying.
Okay.
There hasn't been one FBA person who's been tested by 23andMe or Ancestry DNA that don't have white DNA. And it's mostly due to sleep out.
What the fuck is white DNA? What the fuck is that?
Oh, European DNA.
You're talking about
WASP.
European descent.
Yeah. It's supposed to be English.
Okay. So I can't even remember your. I was trying to answer your question, but he
melanin. Why are black people obsessed with melanin? I have an eidetic memory. I'll be here for you.
African Americans and blacks, or blacks, I should say, tend to be very ethnocentric, and it's because of a lot of the trauma from the past, from slavery to the civil rights era. It was basically forced upon them that they had to stick together in order to survive, and a lot of those epitaphs from the past are now in the present generation. However, I will say that is now starting to change. For two reasons. One, we have more interracial relationships than ever in the United States. In fact, they're 10.2% of the United States currently. The black population is only 12.3% of the United States. So by 2035, interracial relationships, now these aren't all blacks and whites, these are Hispanics and whites, Asians and whites, they're different intermissions of interracial. But the interracial couple will pass the blacks as that minority. And so what we're seeing as the major minority. And so what we're seeing is, and as the culture becomes more intermingled, as more blacks and whites and Hispanics and Asians and Indians begin to intermingle, it's actually happening with all cultures. We are letting go of these past barriers that we had that kept us apart, and you're starting to see, for lack of a better term, more black people act white and more white people act black. We're starting to see more of an intermingling of our culture. So it's actually lessening. I understand what you're talking about. When a lot of African Americans get together, they tend to talk about the same things, and it's not subjects or things that you're probably typically able to hear in open society if you're a white.
Wait, Trent, are you Yoruba or are you Guyanese? Because your cheekbone is there for it.
I don't know. I have no idea.
I mean, you're clearly tethered, but you kept referring to as we as an African.
Oh, you know more about Africa than me.
No, I'm just asking where your parents or grandparents came from. I'm guessing you didn't come through transatlantic chattel slavery.
Probably.
I was just gonna say I didn't disagree with anything that you said. It's just like it seems like because I came here, you guys are talking about like the differences and like where black people are like better suited to live versus like where white people are better suited to live. What is even the point?
Yeah, Igbo said that was more well fitted to live on Earth.
Oh, so I should be asking Igbo this question.
Yeah, Igbo.
Why is this?
Can I go in there?
Yeah, I wouldn't say he's dumb. He's a bit.
Can I get in there?
And Kruger is strong with him.
Divine, what's up? What's up? Yeah, real quick, just let me say one thing. Elliot, I don't give a shit about race. I think it's a stupid construct for the most part. It's going away.
I would hope not. Be married to a white woman.
Yeah.
Not again. So I just wanted
we black people are between 14 and 15 U.S. population. I'm not going to refute your fact about mixed people possibly being the dominant minority in a couple of years. But
wait, are you doing the one drop rule, Divine? Yeah, I was just asking if you're doing the claim.
All right. No, I'm going with the U.S. data. I'm going with data. We're almost 15% of the population and growing. We tend to have babies at a higher rate than our counterparts. We make babies. That's what we have no problem.
In Nigeria.
No, can I finish, please? Can I finish? We have no problem conceiving. Right now, I could touch a woman.
Oh yeah, most big cities you actually have a negative birth rate due to abortion.
So Devon is correct. I mean, it depends what source you take.
Yeah, he's using the Ku Klux Klan's one drop rule.
No,
he's saying even if they're a quarter black, they're still black.
For an intelligent white person,
it's crazy.
I never.
You said because Trent talked about the difference between.
Don't tell me what I said, bro. That's not what I said.
He talked about the difference of interracial mix. 15%, which is not 12.8%, and because he's using the 12.8%, is factoring in interracial mixed couples.
You're actually
using the.
Hold on. Actually, so what
way to quote the Nazis. Actually, the Nazis didn't do that. They were too strict. They said that's why they went with the.
Okay, so what Coco actually said is actually has some validity to it, but you're gonna see figures between 13% and 15%, depending on how they're classifying it. It really doesn't quantifying it. It really doesn't matter. The point of the story is we've seen a 276% racial couples since the year 2000, and it is only growing. So the point of what I was saying is not to argue one percentage point or another, is that we're having more interracial couples, which is taking away these old cultural differences and barriers that we used to have between Germans and Italians and Irish in this country, but now includes Indians and Koreans and Chinese and obviously African Americans and people from Honduras and then Venezuela and Central America and Mexico. So we're such a melting pot in this country, but we're also breaking down the barriers that have been that still are pervasive.
Well, yeah, but that's what's crazy is like 15 generations, 15th great grandparents, or 15th great grandparents, which is 17 generations, is a grandparents tree of 262,000. When you increase just to their grandparents, it goes over 1 million, then 4 million, 16 million. If you go off of neo-Darwinian evolution, it's 3.5 billion ancestors that you have. Estimated to be 108 billion people have lived, 8 billion currently, so it means 100 billion people. 162,000 out of the 2,300 that I could find at 43 countries in Europe and Asia, 8 different Native American tribes and 6 different Jewish groups. So nobody's just fucking Irish. Nobody's just fucking Nigerian. You're an admixture of all kinds of people.
I mean, the bottom line is, the white race is the minority. If you go globally, globally,
Asians are.
Can I talk? Okay, again, there's a panic.
By correcting your inaccuracies and your deltas
I say that every time I unmute my microphone, it seems to have an impulse control.
You're just dumb, that's all.
Okay, I'll be that. Anyway, the fact remains, we're having babies at a higher rate globally. Europe is failing. Europe is dying. They don't even have kids to go to kindergarten in many European countries. If you go and just do a quick Google search, they don't want to have babies. We're
having babies. We will continue to have babies. We are 50 million deep here in America and growing. I'm going on mute.
Hold on. That is a retarded way to look at the world. To think that having more children that look like you, it does sound like Nazism. Like we need to have more Aryan babies so that we can go.
He has nothing in common with Eritreans or Ethiopians other than
yeah.
And the same continent.
No, that's exactly right. Yeah. So where there is explosive growth of fertility,
you have more in common with me as partially Irish than you do with Ethiopian.
So hang on, Coco. I'm agreeing with you, but I'm going to put it in the palatable terms.
Average FBA person in the United States is 24% European. Look it up.
Yeah. So where you have explosive growth in the world is in Africa.
You have more in common with me than you do in Ethiopia.
Yeah, I have more in common with you.
You have 24% of your DNA from Europe, and you don't have any Ethiopia.
So
you don't have any Eritrean, South African.
What does that
You're like espousing this fucking racial fucking superiority complex.
No,
You're like, we're having more babies, and all you're quoting, no, I'm not racist. I don't think people are.
I did not say you were racist. I said
you're based on race.
I am. Okay, again,
Divine, hold on, Divine.
But the reality is, you're only factoring in the northern countries in the continent of Africa, which are predominantly Muslim, which have 4 wives, and on average in Nigeria have 8 with 3 kids.
He don't want to listen.
It's predominantly house, so that's why they're outbreeding the Yoruba and the Igbo.
Can I talk now? I'll be quick. I did not. Everybody stop. Divine, you go, and then after Divine's done, Trent, then you go, and then I'm gonna go after Trent. Yeah, I'll be quick. You were talking, you weren't listening. I did not call you a racist. First off. Second, I am not trying to imply any racial superiority. I think you're triggered, and that's all I wanted to say. You can go ahead, man.
All right. So you do sound racist, Divine.
Yep.
I'm telling you what you just said. It sounded racist. You don't recognize it sounds racist because we don't. It is hard for blacks when we say, "Well, we got higher fertility." To what Coco is going to say, you can't get triggered when he says it because it's accurate. Where there is mass explosion of fertility is in Africa, but it's also in the place that is least equipped to take care of. In some of these countries that are least equipped to take care of themselves. We have a population problem developing in the world. Now it's going to be at the end of our lives, but our children will probably grow with it. We are at 8.3 billion people in this world. We are growing at a net 74 million people per year. We are having wars partially over resources, partially why we're in Iran, partially where other countries are fighting. We are beginning to have water problems. We are beginning to have shortages of rare earths and other things. In order for people to live at the standard that the average American lives in, for the rest of the world to catch up to us, we would need about 4 or 5 more earths. And so,
and I was fine.
Hold on.
That's not true.
And so,
yeah, exactly. And hold on, Trent. I'm gonna let you go. But the fact that you saying I sound racist is fucking bananas, bro.
I didn't.
It is impossible for a black person to be racist. We need to look at the definition of what a racist is.
Yeah, the belief that one's racist, superior, and or inferior to another.
I didn't finish what I was saying.
But you want to add this class superiority construct where you're like, oh, if I don't have power, then I can't be racist. That's
okay. Yeah, and so Divine, when you were saying we, as in blacks, we have higher fertility.
That's true.
Yeah, I know. While I know it's true,
not racist.
It is separating
It is separating to the point of causing some sort of racial, like there is some sort of racial division and war, and which this has happened in the past, and it did happen with the Nazis, and it's implying that if we have more black truth,
he's espousing Margaret Sanger.
Go ahead, Elliot. Go ahead, Elliot. You don't want to hear it. You don't recognize that
you're wrong. Anybody in the chat would tell you you're wrong.
You don't. How could you know?
Yeah, I don't know why Divine's even referring to himself as black.
You don't think it sounds racist to say we're having more babies?
Divine just said, you know, Black Poppy.
All right, here's what I think. Okay, I'm a white person, so the way when I hear you guys talking about like genetics and like hereditary descent and ancestry and all this kind of stuff, what I think is actually going on is like you're just letting the fucking white supremacists set the terms of the discussion. You're just saying, okay, I'm going to accept your framework for how we should think about like race or whatever, and then you get it's all like, oh, I have this much gene, I'm this much European or whatever. Like fuck those people, man. Don't let them like dictate like what the
Oh yeah, Matrix Elliot. And I do agree with your sentiment that that's what Divine's.
Yeah, but so Elliot, it is true that we have some genetic differences, and we should talk about those. Like for Black people, Black Americans especially, prostate cancer. Prostate cancer affects us differently at a different age, and there's different treatments that we're finding genetically for prostate cancer, which killed what was Black Panther's name? Whatever Black Panther's name was. There's different signs and different things and different treatment centers for me as a Black person, as to you as a white person. Those are things that we can talk about. You are more predisposed to melanoma.
Like why even go there? Why even go there? Like that's what they want. That's what they want the conversation to be about. They want to like say point out to these like
for different people.
No, they want to point out to like these like genetic. They want to point to like these genetic or biological facts and go, oh, here's why like my race is superior and yours is inferior. But if you just let them frame the discussion that way, then you just fucking lost.
It's not superior. How are we supposed to make better medicine if we know that? Sometimes it's not always that have to do with race. Sometimes ethnicity plays a part in. I should say ethnicity plays a part into it. But there are other factors too. There are genetic differences between people, and it's true. I mean that. Go ahead, Coco. What do you want to say?
Sure. But then you're doing the same thing that they're doing. They're saying, look, here's a set of descriptive facts about the world, and from this set of descriptive facts, biology, genetics, those are descriptive facts. So they're saying, look, here's a set of descriptive facts, and they try to pull from that prescriptions about the way things should be, and that's fallacious reasoning.
I agree that that's what Divine was doing.
And that's what the whiteness do. You're doing that, and when you do that,
that's why we said
it's like
that's what Divine was doing. He was doing the one drop rule. I mean, I personally would intermix with an Igbo or Yoruba woman, but I wouldn't mix with a Somalian or Sudanese. I mean, just median IQ.
So that's racist. But
no, it's facts, median IQ.
Yeah, I get it. I know, but you sound
84 in Somalia.
You sound racist as
no, I said I'm an intellectual classist.
I understand what you're saying.
I'm not going to mix with an Ulster County Scotch Irish either.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, but Elliot, like understanding, and we're just finding this out. We just mapped the genome in like 2002. It's not like this is something that we greatly understood. But we are just finding out like that there are these genetic differences, sometimes based upon the ethnicity, and we can treat diseases differently. And there is going to be and will develop intervention before a baby is born to take away some possible genetic diseases, and we'll have designer babies. We'll be able to change the eye color, even the height, muscle structure of a person before they're born. This is going to happen.
Well, muscle density and high twitch muscle fibers.
100% muscle, the ACT and 3 gene, which is what makes likely what makes we should say,
the high.
It's the high twitch muscle, which is why blacks
have more explosive muscles. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they also get fatigued faster.
Correct.
But they had what you guys are doing is sort of like a precursor for what people like white racists did, white southern racists did, like around the time of the Civil War and prior to that. They were like pseudo intellectuals going around like just measuring the skulls of black Americans.
This isn't
or slaves back then. Yeah, and they have this whole like elaborate. That's not. No, it doesn't matter. Like they're taking some. It doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't matter. They're doing the same thing that they're doing. They're saying like, look, here's a biological. They're saying, bro, if you keep interrupting me, we're gonna have a problem. If you keep interrupting me, we're gonna have a problem.
Just don't say wrong things then.
I'm not saying anything wrong. I'm describing what actually happened. There were people, usually white Southern racists, around the time of the Civil War, and before that, they had these ideas about why the white race is superior, and they would like do things like they would get these little measuring devices, and they would just measure the cranium size of slaves, and they would go, oh, look at the cranium size. The white people have like half a centimeter larger cranium or whatever. And that's why they should be our slaves. When you try to rebut that, or like you say something like that in the other direction, you're just letting them set the terms of the discussion.
So
fuck that, dude.
Elliot, so while I understand what you're talking about, and this was when we had ignorance to the science in the past, but out of eugenics, developed with modern genetics. While I understand how this has been used for racial things in the past, now when we talk about genetics, we're talking about science, and I don't have a problem with talking about why there's a certain group of people in China that are over 6'6", like where Yao Ming came from.
Yeah, like, but you're not having that discussion. The one you're having is like like when I came in here, you guys were talking about like where white or black people would be better.
Igbo said
better suited to live.
Yeah, Igbo said that. He was making the superiority argument that blacks are more fit to survive anywhere in the earth.
You came in late in the conversation. That's exactly what he was saying, Elliot. Now I would agree with him on some things, and it's a fun thing to postulate, but it doesn't make it racist. We weren't talking about it from a racist standpoint.
Yeah, nobody brought up race. We're talking about flat Earth, and I asked him I said I expected more from him being an Igbo, seeing how they have a 105 median IQ, and because he's talking about flat Earth and how the Earth is not round and that it's flat, and I just said I expected more of him. And then he started asking if I was CIA because I understood about the Biafra wars, and then I understood the median IQ of the Igbo people are the highest in the continent of Africa. And then he said, oh, well, who's the most well-equipped to live on Earth? And then I just pointed out that if he lived in Sweden, he would need to take vitamin D pills, or he would have weaker bone density, and he would also lose his hair, and he would also fall into depression. Because because African people with higher melanin.
You're just giving him. Yeah,
I mean, my wife has to take vitamin D.
Sure, but when you engage the egos of the world on these points, what you do is you give them legitimacy. You make them think that they have a real point to make.
Oh no, I said they were dumb for fighting the Biafra war.
Well, by the way, I want to point out that I think it does seem like it's true that most of the flat earthers on Clubhouse are black people, but in reality, most flat earthers are actually white people. I'm just pointing.
Well, I mean, you have a large group of them within the Black Hebrew Israelism movement, so that's why they're more prevalent online.
Well, the reason I say that is because like it's not like it's because they're black is why they're flat earthers or whatever. Because in reality, like most of the stupid flat earthers are actually white. So I don't know what race.
Oh no, I was just saying he was dumb specifically because I don't think that most Igbo people. I mean, you also have the Israelite Igbo, you have the Biafra Igbo. So I mean, there are dumb people within the community, but like I said, they have the highest median IQ in the continent of Africa. So I was just saying I expected more out of it.
So, you can't say you got into the conversation completely honest without a little racist tone. You did have it a little bit, but I don't have an issue with it because you probably aren't conscious of how you sounded.
Can you clarify how I was racist? When did I say that one race is superior over another?
You didn't say it in that way, but yeah, you threw it around in a way.
I hold the Igbo and the Japanese in higher regard than the Ulster County Scotch Irish or people from Papua New Guinea or Somalians or Sudanese.
Just what it is. Regardless, now you're saying, "Oh, I'm Igbo, so I shouldn't be this dumb."
Oh yeah, that's why that's not racist. That's specifically pointing out how you're dumb, not your people. I mean, you're a flat earther.
Come again?
You're a flat earther.
Hey, I'm trying not to laugh about that.
No, I mean, like, I just want to hear where I said that one race. I mean, I'm literally a guy who's of 43 different countries in Europe and Asia, 8 different Native American tribes, 6 different Jewish groups, and my wife is a dark melanated tribal, Filipino who's Mandaya and Warai tribe. Like, how the fuck am I racist? I'm a terrible racist if that's the case.
I'm gonna do this in all seriousness. You do sound racist.
I do. Well, I mean, if you can't track the conversation, then I would sound racist.
I track conversations very well. You do sound racist when you talk. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm white, I guess,
No, it's not because you're white. I mean, you're also.
I said I'm in intellectual classes, so like I said, I hold the Japanese. Eagles, which are not white, in higher regard than the Ulster County Scotch Irish.
Yeah, you also interrupt when other people are talking.
Yeah, I'm Asperger's, and I have OCD.
That makes it, see, there we go.
Yeah, there you go.
That explains.
Yeah.
That explains why.
Yeah, it's a quarter of Ashkenazi.
There's a genetic difference that we should
exactly. Low in spatial awareness, high in verbal IQ. Yeah, I mean, I should have mixed with a Japanese woman though. Japan has the highest median IQ at 107.
Igbo, why do you buy into like their framework for thinking? Like, you pull up, are you like taking like some set of biological facts about humans and then drawing some kind of value, moral judgment from it? That's what the racists do.
Yeah, but nothing we've said has been based on race. If anything, like ethnic or tribal groups.
Yeah, I think.
That was a question for you, Igbo.
Yeah, I think some of us have. We're as Americans, we can't separate ethnicity from race. We can't separate regional differences from, country differences. Like it's hard for us. Well, but a lot of what he is saying is 100% true.
Yeah, the French and the Basques don't like each other.
Yeah, my question was for Igbo, not for Coco or.
He's saying, why are you buying into the propagandist narrative?
No, I'm saying the racists, especially the white supremacists, what they've been doing for like hundreds of years or longer is they're saying, look, here's some biological facts, and they pull from those biological facts instead of like prescriptions about the way things should be. They're making some kind of moral judgment or value judgment about those things. So like, why do you like buy into like their framework for thinking about things?
Who's they?
So the white supremacists.
Oh, I thought you were trying to allude to me, but yeah, if I were to say any race is superior, it's probably the Asian.
So
if I'm to answer that question, I'll say we're not all the same. Though human beings don't like admitting to it. We do have differences, and these differences can affect longevity, intelligence, physical dominance, and so on. No different from other species, dogs, whatever, the different subspecies of the dog family. So I think to some degree that applies to humans. However, just because someone is a Jew or an Ashkenazi or Japanese or whatever does not mean that they're just that they are meant to be geniuses. They might have the fibers to be geniuses, but they might not make it there. So when I first started interacting with my first university, I thought that, wow, sitting next to Chinese students, they got better at the programming, the C++ and whatnot. I quickly realized that they struggled just as much as I did. And then they were worse students. I was not as bad as they were. Actually, I excelled because my parents were paying a pretty penny for me to get there. Those guys were a little more comfortable. I mean, they didn't have it like a do-or-die situation. But I had it like a do-or-die situation to succeed, and I did. So that, I got into that school thinking that I would have to like be under the mentorship of these students because they're Chinese and they're so smart. But that's not the truth. And gradually I've seen that these types of complete racial, maybe I'm even indulging in double speak here, but there's this thing where if you don't train your capabilities, you never get there. And even if you're naturally disposed to not be good at a certain activity, you can train yourself to be just as good or even special at it. So that's how I see things. And so yes, maybe I'm evil, but I could just be a stupid flat earther. Or maybe I'm just smart enough to figure out that the earth may not be a globe. How about that?
Open. I was going to mention 140 is the threshold generally agreed upon for genius level IQ. 131.5 131.5 or higher.
IQ is cringe, bro.
Is the 99 percentile top 1%, and it also gets you into medicine.
Yeah, but nobody cares about IQ.
Yeah,
it just doesn't matter. That, like, okay, Igbo, like when you start thinking about like I don't know, like why this person or that person is better or worse than another person based on like what their biology is. You're just doing exactly what the white supremacists want you to do. That's how they're framing the entire conversation. So they say that's where this thinking comes from. That's where this thinking.
Hold on. Elliot, this is good being studied.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's garbage, dude. It's like every time like you say like you want to talk about like I don't know, something really simple like people with more melanin survive better in like around the equator or something like that. You're just giving them like ammunition because they're gonna say, oh okay, maybe that's true, but here's another reason why the black people are inferior. You're just letting them frame, like, set the tone of the conversation. Why should you do that?
Elliot, while I understand what you're saying, right? When you say that there is an advantage in one, they're going to point out. Often they're going to try to point out the lower IQ levels in parts of Africa. You are correct in your assessment, but it doesn't make it not true. You know what I mean? It is true that people with more melanin do better in warmer climates, right? And what Coco said about
what do you mean by better? What do you mean by better? What is better?
They don't get melanoma.
So you mean like they
don't
have like
get
a better,
sunburn, they don't get dehydrated as easily.
You mean they
warmer climate.
They have like a better survival rate, or are you saying are you giving like a value judgment, like a moral judgment about that, or is it like a description about nature? Like what are you talking about when you say?
They're more acclimated to warmer climates. I mean, I don't even know why that's that shouldn't be controversial. I mean, that's the reason why they are darker, because they're more acclimated to that climate.
What it translates to is that the melanin skin, when it comes to absorption of things from the sun, in general, like the darker the skin, the better. That's just in general. That's kind of
that's what we said earlier. Yeah.
But that has nothing to do with like intelligence.
Oh no, we didn't. Igbo made the claim of who's better biologically fit to survive anywhere in the world, and then I pointed out because he was saying that people with higher muscle twitch fiber and stuff like that are more equipped to survive, and I just simply stated that if you live in the northern hemisphere, near where there's areas with less vitamin D absorption, that because of his higher melanin, that he would probably have weaker bones, he would have more hair loss, and he would have higher rates of depression. And then we said if the world were to fall apart and go back into the Stone Age, I can still cover up if I live on the equator, but he can't get vitamin D pill if he lives up in the northern part.
Coco, you didn't let me finish my thoughts. You cut me off. That's
oh no, Arthur asked a question.
Yeah, so what I said, what I was trying to establish is, first of all, more human beings live around the warmer belt of the world.
Yeah, of course.
So I said darker skinned people in my opinion, are more designed for adaptation on Earth than any other lighter skinned people. Lighter skinned people exist in the polar regions, right? And they're sparsely populated. Okay, maybe Canada now has an immigration problem, right? But you get my point. Norway, Finland, Sweden, Siberia, all of these places are like wastelands. Oh, not wastelands, yeah, it's 9 months. I go through winter 9 months a year. So yeah, that is correct. So, but my point is, more people live around the warmer belt. Most of the humans
that wasn't the argument,
live
though.
around the warmer belt. That's
no, you said that black people are more well equipped. That was your argument.
I said darker.
Yeah, you said darker skinned people with higher melanin are more well equipped, and I simply stated that if you were to live in the northern part of the earth where you get less absorption of vitamin D, then you would be less likely to be able to survive as a white person. But the white person can then just build a hut and they can cover up. That was all.
I don't think you guys understand what's happening here. So like when you guys are making these points, and I'm not saying they're false or anything. For all I know, they're probably true. Like intuitively, they sound true. But the thing that you guys are responding to when you make these points is that the people on the other side of the conversation, they're saying that their genes and their race is superior. That's what they're saying. So you're not even like it's like when you say like I'm more black people are more well equipped to live in like around the equator or something like that.
I see what you're doing.
Yeah, you're responding to their claims about. They're claiming like, oh, the black people are inferior, and you're making a claim about.
Yeah, that's
I'm more. Yeah, it is.
Well, no, that's not what's going on. What's going on is people are actually making factually inaccurate statements, and then somebody's correcting them, similar to how African Americans will say that they invented the air conditioning, which they didn't. It was Carrier. They added a patented advance to the technology. They didn't invent the light bulb. They added to the filament like 30 years later. They didn't invent the traffic light. It actually came from the United Kingdom. It was invented by a white guy. All these things that people just fucking misquote all the time. I was just correcting, and I'm a stickler for that.
Sure, but if you want to talk about IQ, who gives a shit about IQ? The single greatest predictive factor for IQ is access to the basic.
You're gonna quote Obama. Yeah, you're quoting Obama. Oh my God.
The
Two-parent
If
household.
I could just make my point, Coco.
Strong community.
Fucking Christ, man. The single greatest predictor of IQ is access to basic shit like food, water, shelter, and education. That is the single, there's nothing else that even comes anywhere fucking close to that. Obama said that? Well, if he said it, then he's fucking right.
He said that, what was it? He said that African Americans or people in general, the greatest thing for advancement or for success is having two parents in the house, graduating school. I mean, he was quoting Harvard. So, Harvard said that, graduating school, getting married, and working and getting a job. That was the three things that determine, success. And that's what Obama quoted.
I wasn't talking about success. I was talking about IQ.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so I mean, you could make the 80-20 argument, which is actually accurate.
Obama wasn't talking about IQ. Okay.
No, you're talking about IQ, but you also have to take into consideration the 80-20. The 80-20 is that it's 80% nature and 20% nurture. You have a threshold, and then you have a ceiling.
No, the supremacists want to go. Oh, look, the people in Africa. All the people in Africa have low IQ or whatever.
So,
it's not because they're fucking cheese.
I literally said Igbo's
but somebody did bring that up.
You in the continent of Africa.
You brought that up, Elliot.
Actually, Papua New Guinea actually has the lowest median IQ for any
I
country.
want to say something to Elliot.
Bring Cora up. She's Ulster County Scotch-Irish. She can contribute.
I want to say something to Elliot. So, I understand your position. You want to protect, you want to put guardrails in the conversation. Sometimes honest conversations can be a little uncomfortable, and it's okay. When, if people are smart enough to have that conversation in good faith, then it is what it is. You take that information for what it really is. Now,
exactly.
I think the red flag you're trying to raise here is that then the supremacists might be like, oh, the Africans are stupid, so they deserve to be subjugated. Well, they're already subjugating African countries anyway. So whether they admit it publicly or not, they're doing it.
You subjugated your own people, Yoruba and also the Fulani and stuff like that. I mean, you guys were capturing.
Don't go there because you don't understand.
Don't go to Africans capturing other Africans and selling them to Europeans.
Coco, let the man finish, please. Yeah.
So today we have religious extremists pillaging African countries, particularly around the Sahel region. I have military family and friends. I'm very connected to the military side of Nigeria and those parts.
What are the Chinese?
And don't interrupt. And right now, there is a war going on that's not been completely admitted to as to what's happening. And they're being the ISWAP and Boko Haram, they're being armed by the West. It has nothing to do with China. China is mining, albeit getting some cheap
resources.
Going in and out. But
pause right there. Wait, Igbo, pause right there for a second. No, because it's too much. It's too much. Pause right there for a second.
Okay.
What China is doing, to a certain extent, is way worse.
Yeah, the Belt and Roads Initiative.
Than the opposite of war is bad, but what they're doing by putting these countries in debt to them and then taking their land, that's in some ways way worse.
Arthur, do you remember the African consulate that they built in Ethiopia, and then they found out the whole facility was bugged, and then at nighttime the janitor came in and he was just there, and the fucking servers were kicking online and kicking everything back to Beijing, and then they had to have a company from Sweden that had to come in and replace all the servers.
So let's not act like what China is doing is some benevolent shit. They're fucking up African countries.
Sudanese have been killed last year. It's crazy. And they're also selling South Sudanese on slave blocks in Sudan.
They're fucking up African countries. It's just not with bullets.
So let's talk about, for example, Congo.
Talk about Sudan.
Congo is big. Even Sudan, all of it.
Yeah,
Look,
Sudan Muslims are killing Sudan Muslims and Christians. I agree.
Okay. Here's the thing: China and Russia, they are not arming separatists to go kill civilians. They are not planning coups in the continent. France is doing that. The U.S. is doing that.
Jesus.
Belgium is doing that. This is a fact. The reason Congo is where it's at has American and French hands in it. The reason we have issues in Sudan is it's somewhere between the UAE and the United
African
States.
Union building. Sorry.
So
Come again?
It was the African Union building. Sorry.
Yeah, so France and America giving them the weapons. Is France making them pull the triggers?
Nope. The Sudanese are. They're
Wait, hold on. Hey, bro, is France and America making them pull the triggers?
Neither are the Chinese pulling the trigger.
Listen to the question. America and France are giving them the weapons. Are they making them pull the triggers?
No, the Quran is.
No, are they making them pull the triggers?
No, they're not.
Okay,
They're not making them
so
pull the trigger.
at what point in time do people have to take responsibility for the shit that they're doing?
I don't disagree with you in that position.
Okay, so I'm not saying America and France aren't at fault here, but there's fault to blame across the board. And again, let's not act like China doing some benevolent shit.
Yep.
I'm not saying, I didn't say China cross. I didn't say so. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but you just pointed the finger at
China is a house cat. China is a house cat compared to the
that's
U.S.
That's 6 foot long and has giant fucking teeth and claws.
What do you mean it's a house cat?
We call that a fucking Florida Panther.
What do you mean it's a house cat? What does that mean?
By that, I mean it doesn't have the type of fangs the United States and France has.
People, I just how they are selling they're taking land from African countries. They're taking areas in African countries.
China is the one that's going in and buying up the ports and buying up the infrastructure.
Roads Initiative.
They're the major problem, particularly in East Africa.
Oh my God, the Ulster County Scotch Irish. That's not even
All right,
intelligible.
stop saying that. I am.
You are Ulster County Scotch Irish.
Scottish and Irish, but I am not
Cora,
County Scotch Irish.
Cora Divine earlier said that if you.
My family is Cork, Dublin, Galway.
Okay.
Right.
Where she's from, Coco? Doesn't matter. Wait, Cora.
No, I'm busting her chops. It's an old inside joke.
Directly from
Cora
Africa.
and I have known each other for like 6 years.
Celtic power, and today is Belton, so celebrate the Scots and the Irish.
A Northern
Cora
Irish.
is 1% West African, so Divine would count her as African.
But you know what, Cora? Happy Belton to you, as from one count to another.
Aren't you Nigerian or Guyanese, Cora?
And my British is
She's also
again
autistic,
Aberdeen, the Scotland, right? Manchester, London. It's
I hate
like
autistic
seriously
women.
fucking working class British Islander shit.
Cora, how's your husband and your
And
boyfriend?
even if you are atheist or non-pagan, you can obviously enjoy all the benefits of Belton and have a
I love Belton.
awesome time. Belton is awesome.
Cora, how's your husband and your boyfriend?
My husband is doing great. He's a bus driver right now, and he really enjoys his job. And my boyfriend is just coming out. Well, he's not my boyfriend. He hasn't been my boyfriend for 2 years, but he's just coming out of his relationship, and he contacted me, and I'm hoping to get his brain straight.
What does anything have to do with the topic?
Dick.
All right, let's get back to the topic.
And if he's going to down on this Scots Irish, what's your background?
Oh no, I said Ulster County Scotch Irish specifically.
Because what's your heritage?
I've already said it.
You know what the weird thing is?
Oh, you weren't here, Dave? Dave, are you blind? Like
the weird thing is
literally.
Yeah, literally blind.
Also in studio getting work done.
You do. I can always tell blind people.
I just want to say.
Why is that?
Because you look like you're sleeping when you're staring.
Okay, whatever, Rich.
43 countries in Europe and Asia, 8 different Native American tribes, and 6 different Jewish groups. That's only out of the 2,300 people that I could find from the 262,000 in the last 500 years have 17 gender.
Awesome. Celebrate your people and your heritage and your roots.
Yeah, I mean, Cora knows I have a little bit of Ulster kind of Scotch-Irish, and they were too lazy to build bridges over creek.
American, just check out you're American. Like that's just all.
Yeah, there you go.
This is the culture you were immersed in, and this is what.
Blacks are whites, and whites are black.
Anyway, there's rural and urban American culture, and there's regional variations and all that other shit. But you're not a European. But check out your haplogroups. It's really interesting because, like, I'm mostly British Islander, right? But
I told you she's autistic.
But my maternal haplogroup is H1, right? Which means I'm pretty much a lot of my British Islander descent is still heavily tied to the Bell-Beaker culture, which is like there before the Romans and everything. Like they came in and displaced the sort of like the Neolithic folks, you know, but they were the earliest sort of like people to migrate in from Eastern Europe.
All right. Let's clear this up real quick.
So one thing on the blind thing, because you brought it up.
Boom, BB's room, not my room, and it was a misunderstanding.
Because you brought it up, I'm going to set the record straight. You are correct that people born blind often can look. Our eyes don't necessarily focus right.
Yeah, autistic look like zombies, and then blind people look like they're.
So I'm about to give you an education, son. Listen for a change. I can't take off the belt and use it, but I'm over here and you're over there. Here's the deal. The reason that blind people, lifelong blind people, look like their eyes are out of focus is that you learned how to focus as a baby due to the fact that you saw light. So for somebody who has never seen any kind of light, that they're not going to gain that. I cannot even tell when my eyes have moved. So this is the real science room. There is an actual practical, non-gamer, whatever you call it, explanation for why it exists. And no, it doesn't offend me that I look either
my mom's out of blind, but it doesn't offend her either. She likes the jokes.
But you threw it down, and I don't know who's all in the room and who might know or not know what the deal is.
Oh, my name's Cora.
Cora?
No,
like the website?
Rich.
No,
I'm Cora.
She's Cora. She's Cora.
All right, back to the topic, shall we? Let's do a room reset, whatever.
Oh, could one of you moderators bring Steppy? Could one of you moderators bring Steppy up? He's a 6'5", 260-pound African American who sounds like Bader from Farmers Maybe.
Okay, look at him. So look,
he's also got a crab boil, so he's like, you know, if you turn down right now,
can you hear me speaking, Cora? Can you hear me speaking? Okay. So Elliot, to end this for me, and the original question that you asked that started all of this, we're actually seeing less ethnocentrism, not only in African Americans or blacks, but in all cultures. And it's a very good thing. And it's starting to happen in Europe as well, as they begin to intermix more. And it's a very good thing for the entire world, so that we do intermingle and we have less of I'm from here, you're from there, I'm better. So I hope that lands it. It's good to talk to you, all of you.
Steppy, can you please come up and talk about black culture so everybody can call you a white racist cracker? He's so busy touching myself. He's Haitian and French Canadian.
By the way, guys, if you're not familiar with Rich, like the pace of the conversation in the room will never even out as long as he's on stage.
Yeah. So manipulative.
No, I'm just making a valid observation of how disruptive we are to conversation.
Well, okay, so just to be, for everyone, let's just, one at a time, let someone land, and let's not interrupt in the middle, please. I'm asking nicely before I have to put people down in the goo or whatever. So just putting it out there for everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, Cora.
That's most certainly me. Not the 2-second delay.
Also, Steppy's married to a Mexican woman, so he's trying to do what Trent was saying.
All I'm saying is like, stop saying like this is better than that. You know, just cut that shit out. Just cut.
We're not. We're just pointing out differences.
For what purpose?
Because Igbo said who's more well equipped to survive on Earth.
And why is Igbo saying that?
I mean, he kind of formulated it as a question. I mean, he should have said it's rhetorical.
Okay, why is Igbo rhetorically saying?
Was there no caveat with like say because there's so many places on Earth to live?
Right, that's what I was about to say. It doesn't really matter, you know, who is more fit. You can't, if you pick somebody up from, say, like an equatorial like place and drop them in the Arctic, they're not going to do very well. They might over, like, if you put a big enough population, they're over generations manage to adapt, but then they'll start looking a lot more like Inuits, you know. So it's kind of silly. It's like I live in the Pacific Northwest. I'm pretty freaking well adapted for the Pacific Northwest. I think, you know, I'm pale. I don't mind the fog. I like cooler climates. But yet I have friends that come from warmer areas of the world that complain about the weather here all the time, and I'm like, I love it. I don't want to live in Florida. I don't want to live anywhere like that because it kills me. So yeah, I'm well adapted for this area of the world. Doesn't mean I can't, like, you know, vacation places or anything, but yeah, I mean, I lived in Nice for a while. I've lived in Bucharest for a little while. Still too humid for me, but, you know, tolerable.
Steppy says, chat, fuck, is she Antifa?
She pretty much
I want to say that, I want to point out that Antifa is a shorthand for anti-fascist.
Yeah,
everybody should be anti-fascist. Everybody should be anti-fascist.
Yet they use fascistic tactics. Yeah, she supported Chaz.
Who are you talking about?
Who else is the female from Seattle?
A female from Seattle?
Yeah, I don't think there's any other.
I don't know who else in the room. You think because I said I'm from the Pacific Northwest, I'm from Seattle? There's more than one city here.
You said you live around Seattle.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you did.
I live 2.5 hours south of Seattle. And
you still support Chaz, though?
No, I wasn't really a fan of the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. Nor was I a fan of what they did in Portland with the Red House sort of autonomous zone crap that they did here.
Coco, what's the reason to agitate and poke?
Oh, no, it's directing the conversation. She's moving on to politics.
Right. So, but what's the point of, like, for the moment she's got on stage, you've been poking her.
Oh, why? If you make wrong statements or wrong assertions to a person who knows something, then they'll correct it, and then it directs the conversation. Initially, it was just banter. That's
Anyhow, I mean, just to avoid Rich being able to control the conversation, just assume any statement he makes about me is probably not true.
Yeah, I get that.
That you're married and have a boyfriend, and you're also kind of.
But it has nothing to do with the topic.
I live in Seattle.
Hey, alligator.
Hey, Ron.
Wait, I thought we were getting rid of alligators. Only crocodiles are allowed.
Seattle's pretty cool.
I went to my first arena concert in Seattle. It was The Cure, and Flock of Seagulls opened up for them.
Oh, that must have been a long time ago, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Flock of Seagulls is...
It was like 1991, yeah.
Sure.
This is while I was doing what I was doing. She'll pull the conversation out of something.
interesting tidbits you had.
Flock of seagulls is dead.
Yeah, so interesting. It must have been a while ago, is what you're saying.
Even though Latin, there's 10,000 speakers of it. It's not really dead.
I taught myself Latin in 6 weeks.
Jesus Christ.
Well, it was for a class, like, whatever.
Autodidactic.
Yeah, self-taught.
The class was boring as fuck. I just showed up for the tests.
10 weeks is the minimum amount of time to learn something.
This room feels like an EEF class. Early education fundamentals for autistic kids.
Are you the autistic child?
No, all of us.
Oh, no, I couldn't type. I couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Dave, how's it going? You doing well?
So Define's been defeated. Big Bo's been defeated. Who else?
You didn't defeat nothing.
Yes, we did.
No, you didn't.
He been defeated?
Yeah, he did. He got defeated back.
Oh, come on.
He can pass it.
Here's a fun fact that relates to like the sort of African geopolitical situation is that the fastest growing language in the world, and the one that most people, like it used to be Chinese, but the one that most people are learning as a second language at this point is at a great, the increase of the number of people is French because of Senegal and, you know, all of the African French speaking countries are rapidly growing in population, and they're actually gaining some economic power, and people are getting ready for that to be a major developing part of the world. So, anyway.
That's what France allows them to develop.
How can France stop them from developing?
Yeah, they have
right now.
But
yeah,
no,
they have
wait,
France is a legacy language. They're not being controlled by France.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm trying to get to. Igbo, how would France stop this advancement from happening?
Do you not know the imperialist?
How would France stop someone from learning French?
No, I was talking about the development of Senegal, Congo, Guinea, or any of those francophone African countries.
What she was talking about was the language.
Yes, she talked about the language, and she said they're the fastest growing economies or societies. They're gonna develop. She said something along those lines. Yes or no?
They have high population growth, and they're I wouldn't say they're the fastest growing right now, but they're queuing up to be the next major sort of emerging developing nations. Like, yeah.
And then I said, if France allows them,
France has no control there anymore.
Yes, France does. Actually, Senegal is being very controlled by France, not so much in Mali and Guinea, but very much in Senegal. Go look it up.
So you're saying if those countries want to expand, France is going to say no?
France has those countries on her thumb. Under her thumb.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So France is going to prevent them from expanding because if they make more money, that won't be more contribution to France's economy. So they would want that growth. They would want that growth not to happen. Make that make sense?
I can read something for you. Let me get on the computer. There's something with the.
Yeah, the French military, like by 2025, had been completely withdrawn from Senegal. So.
The countries that are using France, the French CFA, because France is CFA anymore. France is using euros,
But these countries, their finances is pegged somehow. I'm not a big finance guy, but I've read this information some time ago. Their reserves is being held in Paris. The reserves of all of these francophone countries.
Dunning-Kruger.
They're held in France.
Okay, so then what? They move them to some other place? I mean, they're gonna be held in some place.
And then that's how they start having rebels. Rebels start to appear with AK-47s and.
It's kind of like where your little stacks of ingots are. Kind of doesn't really mean much.
He's a flat earther.
Right now.
It's hard to engage with.
What are you talking? You see, that's the condescending thing. You guys
that you're a flat earther.
Just start talking. So why don't you talk on the topic? We're not talking about flat Earth. What's your problem with flat Earth? You're giving me small dick vibes, bro.
Okay, so it's been a test. It's 9 3/4 inches. I've been saying it for 6 years now. Never deviated from the size. Never said 10. Never said 9.
Calm down.
Always been 9.
I can sense your low testosterone. Calm down.
Yep.
Calm down.
Jay, you still here? Jay, where you at?
Yep.
I blame this 100% on you, man.
Oh,
this is all your fault, Jay. Jay.
You're the one who's going around in circles.
I don't get how people can claim to be so smart they can't have a civil conversation.
Jesus.
It's just so difficult for them. Is this mental issues, man? Like, what the hell?
Who's not having a civil conversation?
Yeah, I simply stated to core that it's hard to engage with somebody who believes the Earth is flat. That's all I said. I said it was a futile argument.
I accidentally went on a date with a flat earther once. Like, I had no idea he was a flat earther.
Nothing wrong with flat earth.
Cute guy, blah, blah, blah. And we actually sat down and had a really nice conversation about our
He also said that the French. He said that the French. Okay, so this is why he said the French are controlling the currency in these African countries. But then he said, "I'm not an economist and I don't know how they're doing it, but they're doing it."
That shit.
So yeah. That's
manipulation.
But the point is, like, this is Dunning-Kruger on full display.
I mean, I think it's fair to say. That there are legacy, like, corporate ties and investments. So there's like a lot of trade economy tied to France and everything. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just the amount of interference or self-determination. I've spent enough time in France. I used to date a guy from Côte d'Ivoire, and we had long conversations about all of this, and this idea that completely cutting ties with France would not be economically beneficial, particularly to the North and Northwest Africa.
It's like looking here. If I had a vagina, I know you'd.
Well, let her land. Let her land.
Anyway, it's just the balance of control and essentially the making sure that the trade balance doesn't result in these sort of lopsided extraction of resources and lack of development to follow. I mean, historically, that's what the problem is in Africa, is that the manufacturing countries will come in, extract resources at a really low rate, and yet never develop the infrastructure within the country so that they could make use of their own natural resources. So
let me test how honest people are here, especially Coco. Who's instigating the coups in Burkina Faso today? Since you know so much and you're a globe earther, and globe earthers have all the truth. Let me see how honest
you can be. No one said globe earthers have all the truth. No one says that, Igbo.
You're talking about
spending little dicks.
No, I agree with being a midwit and having Dunning-Kruger. That's all.
Did I in any way express myself in such a way that I I presented like an expert about on this subject, that would then mean that there's a Dunning-Kruger effect here?
Yeah, you were asserting a claim that somehow the French are controlling the currency in the continent of Africa in these countries. But then you said, I'm not an economist and I don't know how they're doing it. And I simply said that you're a midwit and that you're the prime example of Dunning-Kruger. That was it.
So what is Dunning-Kruger then? Define it.
Hold on, So Igbo, you're saying you don't know what Dunning-Kruger is. So you don't know the fact that what he's alluding to when he says Dunning-Kruger.
I've read the dictionary 3 times. I have an eidetic memory. Dunning-Kruger effect is a cognitive bias where people with limited knowledge or competence in a particular domain greatly overestimate their own knowledge or competence.
Did I overestimate my knowledge in the subject?
Yes.
How did I overestimate
you made that you asserted the claim that somehow the French are controlling the currency value in the continent of Africa in these specific countries. But then you said, I'm not an economist and I don't know how they're doing it, but they're doing it.
And then you concluded that means that I overestimated my knowledge on the subject.
Now you should stay quiet on it if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But then you want to come up here and you want to assert the claim that you know what you're talking about, but you don't. You're not an economist. You don't know how it's being done. You can't understand how they're manipulating the system.
Did I not say that I'm not an expert on it?
Yeah, you do yourself. At least you're cognitively, at least you're aware that you're fucking.
Man, shut up, man. I hate that this app is an audio app.
Cognizance. There we go. 10.
Igbo, what do you say? Here's the thing, Igbo. Igbo, here's the thing. Wait, hold on. Pause. Igbo, what he's saying is, you made a claim about X, right? But then you're saying you don't know everything about X, right? So to make a claim about X, if you don't know enough about it, it seems a little disingenuous to say that X is happening up or down if you're not fully informed around X.
Yeah, because he greatly overestimates his knowledge and comprehension.
Wait, Coco, hold on. Igbo, do you understand what I've just said?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Did I overestimate my competence?
Yes.
By saying that France is controlling these economies.
You should say that that's rhetorical, because we're all going to say yes.
Did I author? Coco, I'm not talking to you. You're not honest.
7 years old, 11 years old, and last year's.
Wait, Coco, let me do dialogue. Okay, so Igbo,
my knowledge.
Yep.
Yeah, a little bit, because when we start asking questions, right, to find out a little bit more about the claim that you've made, right? You said blah 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 is X is happening. All right, we want to know A, B, and C. How are these things happening? What's the reason behind them happening? We start to dig in deeper, and then the questions, so the answers start to come back as, oh, well, I don't know because I'm not an economist. Then it starts to give a little bit of waiver for the reason that you can stand 10 toes on that claim. So it's not that you don't know anything, but we need further information.
You should be quiet on subject.
Wait, Coco, hold on.
I'm not talking to you. Can you shut up? Yo, I'm gonna read this one, man. I usually don't get mad, but this guy annoys the fuck. I want to slap the shit out of him.
6'4" and 260.
I want to catch a shot.
Good luck.
You are such a
6'4" and 260. Good luck.
Nah, you're overweight.
Yeah, about 20 pounds overweight. Yeah, 240 is good weight for me. I mean, I got 3 kids, so you know.
Not gonna do nothing, man. You've been fighting for your life, bro.
Oh, I know. Yeah, also judoka, so good luck.
Judo. Sound like a low testosterone dickhead. Can't even have a fucking decent conversation. And that's your high IQ. Your high IQ at play can't have a decent conversation. I think it's probably autism or some weird shit.
Why are you using that like a pejorative? Like, I'm autistic too.
You're a troll, so you get trolled by a troll, and now you're mad.
Rich is irritating. He likes to disrupt, you know, but that is
minutes out there. Hey, bro, chill out, man. You'll get trolled by a troll, man.
Goddamn mind, man. I don't know if he missed his fucking meds.
Anyhow, I think the more interesting thing
Hey, bro, man, let it go. You got trolled, bro. That's all. Don't get in your feelings and get mad like that.
Yeah, I think one of the more interesting things is that in the post-colonial era, sort of like if, I don't know if any of you have ever spent any time in France, particularly in like the Marseille area or Paris, but there's a lot of immigrant population there that travel back and forth. It's kind of like more like the relationship of like the U.S. and the Latin American states, right?
All right, Cora.
I don't think anybody wants to speak to it.
Coco, shut up. Let's
Are you
talk
talking
about
to me or Igbo?
No, we don't respect.
Let's follow the facts. I'll go on Claude now and I'll ask, how is France crippling the economies of West Africa, of its West African colonies? Shall I read the answers? What it's gonna spit out?
France doesn't have colonies right now.
Midwit behavior.
So that's a poorly formed question.
Okay, give me a question. How should I ask? Give it to me. How is France developing the economies of these countries?
I would say talk about the historic relationship of France and former colonies, right? And
they don't sound like colonialists. I'm out of here, man. I'm good.
Okay, whatever, dude. Do you know the difference between?
See you later.
Yeah, do you know the difference between like classic colonialism, neo-colonialism, and simply like global developing economies? Like, do you know the difference? Like,
of course he does.
This is ChatGPT.
Oh, his finger typing away. They're slamming
like no one's denying that there were bad practices in the past, but the way forward isn't to just like cut yourself off from the people that siphoned your resources. It's to develop relationships to gain your resources back. Like it's kind of silly to like. This is the problem with like former colonies. It's like
you can also blame your own people for enslaving your own people too.
They try to like shut out, everybody.
You can also blame your own people for enslaving
developing along with the rest of the world.
What about cutting your relationship with colonialists?
Look at India as an example, right? They're a former British colony. Hordes of horrid shit went down there, right? And yet they're
she's the female version of me.
They're figuring it out. I mean, is it perfect there right now? No. Right? But they have a rapidly growing economy there.
Yep.
What you talking about, man?
Oh, Africa.
What about
who's funding the coups in Africa? In Burkina Faso? Let's see how honest
you are. Funding it?
Yes.
Who's funding the jihadists?
Who is? Have a guess. Let's see how honest you are.
Arab nation states.
Yeah, probably Muslim Brotherhood.
There it is, Mr. Jew. Cora, who's funding it? Let's see if you're honest.
Other Arab nation states or Arab states in the continent of
Cora, answer the question. I'm not talking to you.
I mean, my guess is corporate interests that are more interested in maintaining the current
and where this corporate.
Eva, when you ask her a question, allow her for her to respond. Go ahead, Cora.
Yeah, but I wouldn't put it on like foreign policy of
mother chod, ban chod, uli, mother chod, ban chod. Uli, ban chod, sharmota. Kusum kum sharmota.
Pakistani, Jindabad.
Yeah, sharmota. Yafor, jahil. Kept sharmota.
Anyhow, you have to like. I think that this framing it as a nation state sort of issue is not the case. It's the economic interests. The economic interests aren't really directly tied to a nation state, right? They're tied to the global corporations that are doing it. So if you say who's funding it, it's whoever has an interest in maintaining the current government structure and not allowing like the country to become a Muslim stronghold, right? So it's. That's and it's back and forth, but like for the most part, like it's not like
I want you to say
like coups suck, right? But like 6 months. That like ECOWAS is really kind of got their finger on making sure shit doesn't go too far with the coups anymore. So
If you
I
could
don't know.
simply just answer France, that would be sufficient. It would suffice. Okay, of course, say France. You want simple answers for complex situations.
Man, listen, bro.
Oh, he's simple thinking.
Yes, that's what I say. He's a midwit with Diane Kruger.
Where ADP and Teddy at, man? You still pushing the bullshit narrative, man? Jay, you still part of this bullshit narrative?
Man, you know your flat earth career over, man. Your flat earth career is over. That's why you ain't been around for a month, damn near. You came around one time in a month.
Here comes the deep intellectual and philosophical.
Again, a month later.
Bro, a lot of
trying to interrupt the conversation. Let them finish talking about what they was talking about, man. It's over for you and that flat earth now.
My energy doesn't go towards flat earth, bro. You think I live my life around this shit? Bro?
Oh, it's
just one of my beliefs and shit, bro.
Yeah, up until April 1st, you was attempting to. NASA ruined your flat earth career, motherfucker. You better go reinvent yourself. Come up with another internet character.
Listen, brother.
Do you eat mud cookies?
Nah. But what did NASA do? What did NASA do that's different than what they've been doing all these years? Nothing. We still
move around. Since you ain't worried about flat earth, we wasn't talking about that. Move around. Let them finish the conversation they was having.
Also, I was going to mention Haiti has the second highest rates of HIV and STDs. It's actually Jamaica's number one.
He's talking about. No, he's not even. He changed the topic, bro. We're not talking about cookies, bro. Oh, okay, sure. I guess that makes you happy. But you know what I'm saying, bro? Like these people is crazy, bro.
Jesus
Christ. Just do with their shit. They live around this lie. The day it all comes out, man, I wonder what y'all gonna do.
Like engaging with a 4-year-old.
Who are you? You sound like a white boy.
Yep.
Yeah, I could tell. That's how y'all speak.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. This dude is so retarded. He's like engaging with a 4-year-old.
You are.
White boy.
Look at Igbo get all brave and courageous because Cass is a partner in my crime.
I don't even know what this dude Coco's talking about, but I can just tell.
He's a fucking retard, man.
You don't know shit, bro.
Straight retard.
Like this dude, come on, bro.
Well, you know, like to be mentally deficient is sub 85 IQ.
You think the Earth is a globe, Coco?
It represents about 13% of the U.S. population.
You think the Earth is a globe?
Just take those numbers and 13%.
Yeah, no.
You know what I found out?
Which is like 13%?
What up? You know what I
A
found out?
globe is a scale model of the Earth. It's not the Earth itself. The Earth is an ovoid spheroid in its shape, which is a non-Euclidean shape, right?
Bro, okay, Cora, you're saying all these special mishmash stuff, right?
Jesus Christ.
So if you could
ain't nobody saying nothing special, brother. You just simply didn't know something simple as that.
All right, ADP, ask him about the...
know something that simple, bro.
ADP, ask him about the
And I'm glad you
CGI.
said that to you. Now drop that talking point about the Earth being a globe.
ADP, ask him about the CGI.
Yo, we could get on that, but Cora, you just said, okay, so what's the shape of the Earth, Cora? Based off what you
I
said.
told you it's an ovoid spheroid.
So if you had to draw it, what would it look like?
What would it look like? If I were drawing it, it would be in 2 dimensions, right? But the Earth doesn't exist in 2 dimensions.
Can you show me a representation of this?
That's when you go to your ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Can you show me a visual representation, just so I know where?
Which projection do you want it in? Like, you know.
You could give me both one. I'll get the picture once I see what you're talking about.
Do you even know how to project, like, you know, maps of the Earth onto flat surfaces? Like, do you know?
I'm just saying, show me a picture.
Do you want it in 3D or do you want it in...
Coco, chill out, bro. I'm talking to Cora.
Ain't no chilling out. You didn't even know what a globe was.
Height, width.
What I said.
We need to go back here.
Do you want height, width?
Recognize
Do you want height, width, depth, plus, height, or do you just want like
Can I engage with him, please?
Yeah, I'm trying to hear you, but Coco wants to talk. ADP Coco wants to talk when I talk.
What I suspect is that you've heard of female voice, all right?
anytime I feel like it.
He was
ADP was on mute. I really came in the room.
You think that you can get one up on me?
No, Cora, I'm not trying to get one up on you.
What you've just done is engaged probably at least the top 10% of intellect on the stage right now. So
really?
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, wow. It's so crazy.
Oh, wait, he's the black Hebrew Israelite.
Hey, so, Cora, you see Teddy's picture, Cora. Is that what Earth looks like?
What?
Cora, is Teddy's picture and ADP's picture, is that what Earth looks like?
That's what it looks like in a two-dimensional photograph.
So it's a globe, basically.
You can't
Do
track
you see Africa there off the
So
front?
it's a globe, right?
Do you know? Have you measured?
So the Earth is a sphere.
That is not a globe. That's
So
a
the Earth is a sphere.
two-dimensional photograph of ovate
So the
spheroid
Earth is a sphere.
from another point.
Same shape as a marble. So the Earth is a sphere.
A spheroid, oblate.
Okay. What's the shape of a marble?
It's slightly
What is the shape
bigger
What is the shape
at
of
the
a
equator
marble?
than it would be if you measured from pole to pole.
What's the shape of a marble?
Oh my God, you're dumb.
Guys is a genius.
A marble is not an oblate spheroid, though.
So basically,
Wait, a marble's not an oblate spheroid, though. Retard.
That's what I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to build with her.
From the fucking mold it was casted in.
Correct. So is the marble a sphere?
It's an approximation of a sphere.
So where's the
What
glass?
are you? Okay, Cora, hold on. What is a sphere?
A sphere?
Yes, just a sphere. I don't want no extra words added. What is a sphere? The word for
A
sphere.
sphere is a non-Euclidean shape that
You ain't about
has
to come up here and ask all those questions,
You know what a
man.
sphere is?
You gonna tell us about this fictional flat Earth? You're not about to come asking all these questions. Tell us about this fictional flat Earth. I'm gonna put you down. That's how it's gonna go.
Okay,
No, I'm talking because I'm the moderator and I'm gonna speak when I want to. Now, you're not about to be asking all these questions. You're gonna tell us about this fictional flat Earth.
Yeah, cause ADP's gonna treat you like the black Hebrew Israelite that you are.
Tell us about the fictional flat Earth.
Guys got way better scripts than that, Teddy, if you really
Man, that dude's script is terrible. Man, even Mr.
Come on, reader, read.
Alligator.
Dude ran on the head after April 1st, and now he came back. It's the second time back.
Can I
Come on.
build with you, bro? Can I build with you?
Nah, you can't build with me, man.
If you let him freestyle, Teddy.
He can't let me build.
Go ahead, run your script, man. I gotta knock you off script.
I'm not.
Go ahead, do your thing.
ADP, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm asking you a question, bro. But you're trying to distract the room.
Kaz.
Okay, Cora, hold on. I got you.
No, hold on.
Cora, I got you.
You asked him a fucking question. You asked Cora a question, Kaz. Cora's going to respond.
Cora, I got you. Listen.
Go ahead, Kaz.
No, you don't got it.
Listen.
You do understand that in order for something to
Okay, how long are you going to be? How long are you going to be?
As long as she fucking wants to, that's all.
Cora, how long are you going to be?
As long as it takes for her to respond.
Like, as long as you've been doing this, I could have said what I was going to say.
Go ahead,
maybe shut the fuck up.
Go ahead. Bro, Cora,
okay.
You see how I've been cursing?
No, alright, Kaz. See, you're the what you're missing, Kaz, is you're the demi. Kaz, what you're missing is you're the demi in this room. So be quiet and allow the woman to speak.
So a sphere is a non-Euclidean shape where every point on the surface is equidistant from the center.
Is that the definition of a sphere?
Yep.
Yes.
If I look it up, that's what it's going to say.
Yes.
Okay, I just looked it up. It says a sphere is a perfectly round, three-dimensional.
That's what she just said, you fucking idiot. Oh my God.
What are you talking about?
Bro, that's exactly what she just fucking said.
That's not exactly what she just said, dumbass nigga.
It's not verbatim, but that's what she said. You're an idiot.
It's not verbatim.
Oh my God.
So,
he doesn't understand.
What? So what is the sphere?
I just told you it's a non-Euclidean shape.
What is
every part of the surface is equidistant
So what is a real life example of a sphere?
I just told you.
Is a basketball a sphere?
It is no, because basketballs are imperfect.
So what? Do we not have spheres that exist in this world?
There are no perfect spheres in nature.
So spheres don't exist.
In nature, she said, you idiot.
spheres don't exist at all. A marble is not
in nature. A sphere at best.
A
like
marble
a
is not a sphere.
It is. Okay, hold on. Relax. Kaz, relax.
We have the best moderator, Arthur. Right? He actually has
it is. So here's the thing. Are there spheroid shapes? Yes. But nothing is a perfect sphere. Those are not the same things. That's all. That's all.
The definition she read.
So you're saying
the exact definition, Cash, that she read for a sphere is exactly what you read in layman's terms. Something that you can fucking track and understand.
Right? Are you saying spheres don't exist?
You just read the simplistic definition. She read the complex
spheres
definition.
Don't exist?
No. Well, we're saying that there is spheroid shapes.
So Arthur, do spheres exist? Yes or no?
Spheroid shapes. Spheroid.
Arthur, see how you can't answer yes or no?
I am answering your question. You don't like the way that I'm answering it. Do spheroid shapes exist? Yes.
So spheres exist.
Spheroid shapes.
So why aren't you saying spheres exist?
I am saying it.
You have to understand the difference between the two.
Okay, let me
because a sphere is perfect.
According to you guys, it seems like you guys are wrong, and because marbles are spheres. Okay.
But okay, so let me ask you a question. If I look,
this is how stupid you guys.
Okay, so Kaz, stop. Okay, Kaz.
Torah is a marble of
so
spheres.
Kaz, you don't have to call names. Kaz, you don't have to call. Kaz, let me ask you a question. If I took a microscope, I looked really, 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 really close, like 1,000 times, how imperfections will start to appear on that sphere that I can't see with my eye. Can you understand the difference?
Brother.
Kaz, it's a yes or no.
I can't see the imperfections. It's a sphere.
No, that's not true. That's not
about to the human eye.
Okay, so you want to qualify it and say...
No. Actually, I'm not qualifying because the definition alone is the marble is a sphere. You're the one that's trying
That's not what he's saying. He's saying there's a difference between these.
No. A marble is a sphere. Look it up.
Right, Kaz.
Look up, is a marble a sphere?
Kaz.
Let me ask that GPT.
So when you say a sphere, what
a marble sphere. We all know what a sphere is.
It doesn't have a sphere shape, yes.
Yes, a marble is a sphere.
But if it has imperfections, is that okay?
On the same distance from its center, it is perfectly round in 3 dimensions. A marble is a sphere. So we can just say that as fact.
Wait, stop. Pause.
A marble is a sphere.
Pause.
It's easy to
The
concept is easy to understand.
Pause.
Look it up.
Pause.
This is why you guys think the Earth is a sphere.
Pause.
Because you guys can't agree. Come on.
Pause.
It's a sphere.
Pause.
What?
Just listen.
Listen to your
fucking
lies.
A.
To your lies.
If I take a microscope and look close at the marble, will there be imperfections? Yes or no?
What does that mean?
If I take a microscope and I look at it 1,000 times, in other words, I'm looking closely to the surface of the marble, are there imperfections? Yes or no?
What does that have to do with anything?
It's a simple yes or no.
Did you answer a simple yes or no to me? So why the fuck?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I said it's a spheroid shape. Yes, I said it's a spheroid shape. I answered your question. So answer my question. Does a marble have imperfection in the surfaces? Kaz.
What?
Does a marble have imperfections in the surfaces if I look at it in a microscope?
That doesn't make it not a sphere.
I didn't say that.
So that means there's no point of asking your question.
No, there is a point. There is a point, and and if you actually want to walk with this.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, so there's imperfections, right? So the scale, the magnitude at which you're looking at an object with the actual device makes a difference. In other words, how I look at that sphere, that marble, with my eyes is very different than what I can see with a microscope. It's giving me 2 levels of details of information, and that those details matter.
So you understand that those imperfections don't change how it's classified, right?
I didn't say that.
So you know a real marble is still treated as a sphere, like a sphere to scientists, right?
Again, I'm not disagreeing. There's a spheroid shape.
Okay, now let's build on this point. Here's what I'm saying, right? If you look at Teddy's picture in ADP, that is a perfect sphere. Yes or no?
No, it's an ovate spheroid.
It's an ovate spheroid.
So hold on. And what I'm looking at right here, right? It's a perfect.
Wait, 10, wait, hold on.
It's a perfect circle. If I put a point.
No, it's an oblate spheroid.
Listen to what I'm saying. You guys are so heavy. You guys are so quick to jump that y'all can't even listen, Arthur. This is y'all problem. This is why you guys are stupid, bro. Because y'all can't listen. If I look at Teddy's picture,
American and Western
I let you
society.
talk. Let me talk back. If you look at Teddy's picture, if I put a dot in the middle and measure left, right, up, down, north, east, south.
What happened if you zoomed in? If you were to zoom in, on the Earth, you would see mountains and fucking valleys and ridges, and you would see all these things. It's not.
Even if you're going by the atmosphere,
So, Kaz, here's the thing. So just like I just asked you about the microscope. So in other words, let's say I took Teddy's picture. I brought it into a CAD software, like a actual like mechanical engineering software, and I drew a circle, and I zoomed in close. You would see that it's not the Earth. It's bulging. It's not fitting to that circle exactly when you zoom in closer. The distance makes a difference. That's why I was giving you an illustration about the microscope and the marble. You're looking at it from just 30 million miles away. It's not the same as if you're up close and personal.
Was that taken 30 million miles away, Arthur?
I mean,
it wasn't.
I'm exaggerating.
How far
it was taken.
How far were they from the Earth to take the picture of that Earth?
I don't know specifically.
Hold on, real quick. Kaz, you do know you can go look that up. Kaz, stop. No. Don't ask the question. You do know you can go look that up, right? Yes or no? Kaz, do you know you can look that up? The distance?
What?
No. Do you know you can look that distance? No, ain't no come on. Kaz, do you realize you can look up and find out what the distance is? Yes or no, bro?
I didn't take. Wait.
You took like a rattle off at the mouth.
Question is this. Wait, Teddy, hold on. Wait.
I'm saying these type of dudes.
Pause.
Stop letting these black men come up here and embarrassing us like this.
I didn't take the picture, right? It doesn't mean that I don't know anything. I didn't take the picture.
Let me look at how.
Wait, so Kaz, the question is this. Can we find out how far away it was when that picture was taken? Can we find out that information? Yes or no?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so does that mean we don't know anything because we didn't know that answer to that specific question?
I just looked it up. It's telling me right now. 250 miles.
Okay, so let's just say we agree that it's 250 miles away that picture was taken.
Most common Earth images you see, so they say, is 250 miles. It says weather Earth observation satellites.
What is that 250 miles?
What you say? You saying I'm lying?
I was just about to say, yes, you're not being honest. Come on, man. The ISS was 250 miles away, bro.
Number 3, Apollo missions.
You didn't look that up. That's not an Apollo picture, bro.
Distance from the moon. So they say...
This is from Artemis 2, man. Stop saying.
Okay, let's use the moon. Let's use 240,000.
No.
Let's use the moon distance. Let's use the moon.
Let's not say none of this. Look up and find out.
Brother, the rapid fire that you filtered
I'm looking at
fire is part of.
Why you guys gotta make it?
Is part of the cold mechanism, brother. You are showing us part of the cold mechanism. You are rapid firing. You're talking a lot of different concepts.
3 niggas
you don't want to listen.
Listen to what?
Okay, exactly.
You don't want to listen. Why would I listen?
Exactly.
Are you listening to me?
You don't want to listen.
Are you listening to?
Part of the flat earth code is for you guys to talk.
Are you listening?
You guys think you're winning when you're talking. You feel that you're losing when you have to listen.
Talk about the topic, bro.
And by the way, it's the opposite. Whenever you listen, that is when you guys start to learn.
You guys don't learn nothing because you can't listen.
Author is making a point to you. The picture in Teddy's PTR
How far is that?
A perfect circle, dude. Because the Earth is a plate. If you took that, if you made a perfect equidistant circle and put that picture in it, it would not fit. There'll be overlaps. What your eyeball is, your eyes cannot resolve the oblateness, dude. You have to measure it.
Can I talk?
Does that make sense to you?
Are you done lecturing?
So stop saying, no, Kaz. Stop saying that Teddy's picture is a perfect marble or a perfect ball. It is not.
It is.
Okay.
Now you finish talking, right? You see how I'm muted and let you talk, and I'm talking about the topic. You guys keep talking about, stop talking. You're telling too much truth. I can't figure myself out his argument. Stop talking, mute him. This is what you guys do. You silence the truth because you can't rebuttal.
No.
Simple as that. I'm not a moderator, so I can't mute you. I can't mute you, bro. I have to listen to you. I have to listen to you.
We are the ones with the truth.
No, you're not. Who granted you the truth? I'm not talking the truth to people at the same time, bro.
I'm going to ask you this question. How do we know that picture in Teddy's picture is perfect?
Listen, let me show you.
Answer the question.
Let me show you, right?
Answer the flipping question.
You know why? To your human eyes, is that picture a perfect circle? No? Okay, I'm going to screenshot this picture, right? I'm going to measure this. I'm going to put it in ChatGPT. Actually, I'm just going to measure it myself. I'm going to put a dot in the middle of the center. If it's equal, all sides, like a 360-degree circle if you drew it on paper, right? That's a perfect circle.
That is what Arthur was saying.
No. This is a perfect. See, y'all lie so much to the human naked eye. I'm looking at
you the one that's lying.
That
you lied so much about the picture from 250 miles away.
Right? Okay.
About you.
Kaz, stop.
I'm not about that.
Wait, just pause. Point him out. Kaz, your eyes are not sufficient.
Stop allowing him to come over here lying like this.
Your eyes are not sufficient.
You tell a lot of fucking lies, man.
To make
I don't like it.
The minutes. Kaz, stop. Just listen to me for a second. Your eyes are not sufficient. Your Kaz. Kaz.
No, we're arguing time to listen. Do you understand why?
I hear what you're
listening. What are you talking about?
Kaz, I heard what you said.
I'm trying to build a point with
Kaz, I hear what you said.
What did that say?
What I'm saying to you,
tell me what I said.
You said that looking at this picture, it looks like the Earth is a perfect circle with our eyes.
With your human eyes, right now, looking at that picture.
And what I'm saying to you,
yes or no, Arthur?
And what I'm saying to you,
should be able to say yes. It does.
And what I'm saying to you is that's not enough information for me.
Arthur, why can't you just agree that everybody looking at this picture, it's a perfect circle?
Because he's not. Wait, he asked me.
Kaz, you asked what the distance was. Find out what the distance is first, Kaz. Start there, bro.
It's not enough information for me. So that's why I won't answer that question the way that you're asking. It's not sufficient enough that because I know my eyes cannot judge that properly.
Okay.
Can you understand that? That's why I just said yes.
Hold on real quick, Arthur. Kaz, get the proper distance. The metadata is out there. What was the distance that this photograph was taken at? Let's start there.
Okay. So what exactly, Kaz? I don't know what exactly are you trying to arrive at if they tell you that this is a perfect circle? If I want to play devil's advocate and I say, okay, to my human eye, that looks like a perfect circle. What does that? How does that fit what you're trying to put out? How does that validate your point? He's not speaking.
He looking it up. He trying trying to find out about me.
I didn't even know.
You better be finding out about me.
I was on mute. I didn't even know.
You need to be finding out about me.
Okay, let me respond. But I will respond when everybody shuts the fuck up.
No, you're gonna. If the distance is known, fine. Please stop bullshit. That's black. Don't put up on our daily bullshit, bro.
Can I respond?
ADP.
Can I respond, bro?
Okay, you can respond.
Right. A circle is a round shape where every point on the edge is the same distance from the center. That's what a circle is. We all went to school. We all had what's that thing called? I haven't used it in years.
Compass?
A compass.
It was an equilateral triangle.
Yeah.
That's the word.
Protractor.
A protractor.
A protractor and a compass.
But anyways, man, no. Let's
all use.
No. We're not about to skip over the distance because you jumped here talking about 250 fucking.
That's no
that
more
was
than
bullshit. You
240,000
shouldn't have said
miles
that. Find out what the actual distance. What the actual distance is. It is known.
We can use the furthest distance.
No. We're not gonna use the furthest. We're not doing none of that.
From the Earth.
Do me the Cass, here, y'all chill out for a second. Cass, now just be quiet. I'm gonna speak real quick. The actual be quiet then. The actual distance of this photo is known. Please find out what it is. Don't come up here just throwing things out there talking about 250 miles. Why would you do that in the first place?
The furthest humans have been away from Earth.
That ain't what I'm saying, man. Find out what the distance of this photo is. Stop trying to change the subject, bro.
What's the furthest humans?
Stop trying to play games here, bro. Stop trying to play games.
ADP.
Do that first, and then you get to talk again. Otherwise, I'm gonna put you down. Find out what the distance.
That's because you lost the combo.
Here, man, get down. Get down. Yeah, I know. No. I don't play with
250,000 miles. That's the furthest way
not 250,000 miles.
ADP, wait.
When you find out the right answer, put it in the audience. Stop coming up here playing as a black man on this stage, just spewing out nonsense, man. You're not gonna do that for the sake of conversation.
All right,
that distance is known, and you need to put it what it really is.
That's right.
Guys, I'm sitting here playing games, man. Stop playing games. Like the information ain't out here.
You guys are arguing without.
No, we're not arguing. We just gonna keep him right and exact. These dudes look up everything else. Look that up.
Okay, Cora, I think you were saying something. Cora said something.
Oh, I was just trying to so the moon is different distances from the Earth depending on where it is in its orbit, right? But I think like the mean distance, like if you're just going to use like a lunar unit, right, is 238,900 miles, right? The reason why the furthest humans have been from Earth is like something like 252,700 miles is because they went around the backside of the moon, so they got further than the moon, right, up by a little bit, because they were going around the moon. And so, yeah, but I think that the moon gets up to like, I think 270,000 miles away from Earth and like as close as 228,000 miles, I think. I don't know, I have to look it up. But you know, it goes in and out. And that's kind of like it's tidally locked to the Earth. It actually, the funny thing is it gets further and further away from Earth all the time. I think it moves about 1.5 centimeters a year further away from the Earth. So there you go.
So what is this point? What exactly?
That the moon is made of cheese and it's hung on strings like the
satellites. Yeah, I think the point, Polly, is that he's stuck on the second dimension. Like he doesn't he thinks the word round equates with flat circle, right? And you know, it's a sphere or a spheroid, like spheroid, which is what the Earth is. It's a non-Euclidean shape, right? It doesn't have anything to do with two dimensions. It doesn't have, you know, There's no top or bottom to it, really. It's just outer space.
So Kat, we just
orient ourselves to specific coordinates on the surface where there are electromagnetic sort of activity going on.
So to kind of help things out, so Kaz,
the top of the Earth, it's just where a pole is.
So Kaz, real quick, Kaz, I took the picture, put it in Claude, said this is artist's image. Long story short, and I put the response in the chat so you can understand roughly where this picture was taken. I put it in the chat so you can understand when it was taken, so that we can now have a baseline for the distance. And I land.
Correct.
Yeah, it doesn't depend on what minute the date was. I think that was like.
I really want to hear what exactly.
Well, I want the conversation. That's childish, brother. Let Polly say what he's saying, please. Polly, go ahead.
So from what Coro is explaining to me, I really want to understand. Is he willing to like be open to knowing that the Earth is not a 2D shape and it's a 3D?
No. He means the Earth is flat because that's all you can see is that's flat. We've never been out of space.
Okay. Polly, to answer your question, Polly, he's functionally.
Oh, I hear that.
Well, I mean, the funny thing about it is that even within the flat Earth models, I don't know why it's such a hard thing to move from a cylinder essentially to a cube or to a sphere. It's like it's like none of it is there is even in their models the Earth isn't quote flat. It's still a non-Euclidean shape. It's just they think it's like some sort of cylindrical thing with a dome over it, right? Like, and a convex dome is still a fucking non-Euclidean shape. It's like just extend that to two convex domes joined at the center. Like what the fuck?
Okay, so yeah.
All right, so let me just say this for Kaz is that Kaz, the picture, Teddy's picture is not a perfect circle, right? It's not. To the human eyes, it look like it is, but the reason why we don't say that it is when we're looking at it is because we need more information. We're scientists, right? Because we know the imperfection of the human eyes, right? The human eyes cannot see viruses or bacteria, right? Just by we can't see oxygen molecules, right? You accept oxygen, right? The human eye cannot see the individual pieces of the beach, right? The sand on the beach, right? So we as scientists, we have the logical just wherewithal about us that we will just not accept that a picture is perfect. We want to measure it. So Arthur did what a scientist would do. He took it, put it in his software, and he did the measurements. You can literally put a ruler against it. And you will see that the distance between the top and the middle, and the distance between the middle and the sides are different.
And we don't tell you that. You don't even need to talk about bacteria and all that. Just with basic understanding.
Hey, bro, you have to repeat everything you just said, because if I'm in the audience, I just put my volume on 0, so I just see the bubbles.
Nah, nobody's repeating nothing for you.
You can go back to the audience.
Nobody repeating nothing for you.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just going to finish what I'm saying. So, you don't even need to use bacteria or any of those analogies. You can just use the concept of an artist casting a shadow to turn a 2D drawing into a 3D drawing. And it would appear as a 3D drawing. And you can cast multiple squares and arrange them when you're drawing. I'm sure when you growing up, you drew that, and the way you drew the lines to form a cube or a cuboid, whatever it's called, you can then conceptualize, your eye could conceptualize what a 3D shape would look like. So it's difficult, yes, like Tan and Cora rightly said, it's difficult for your eye to take 2D into 3D without measuring it scientifically.
And Kaz, I'm definitely not about to let you get away with that comment in the chat section either.
Not about to get away with that. The casting of the shadow can bring that picture or that drawing to life.
I have to run you up like I do the ball.
It's a bad moderator, bro. That's
Hey, later for all that, homie. You just be throwing out a lot of bullshit as a black man.
You just didn't understand what I said.
Black man, you talking all this nonsense about what you could have created.
That was so wrong.
If you speak truth, where's your proof? You would have been created that photo prior to the date it was released. You know why you couldn't do no such fucking thing? Because that's real.
and now all you can try to do is imitate.
You don't think somebody
You can never duplicate. So you need no. You can attempt to do it now. If what you're saying is true, why you shut up for a second? If what you shut up. If what you're saying is true, why you didn't produce that prior to them releasing that?
I don't feel like lying.
You know why you couldn't do it?
Because I'm not lying.
You know the reason why you couldn't do it.
That's just not lying.
So knock the fuck shit off as a black man sitting on our stage with the bullshit. Knock it off.
You just said that I was lying.
You couldn't have produced that prior to that day.
Father, you see how this?
If you could, you would. You didn't, right? You did it.
ADP, just let's. I want to.
ADP, like he doesn't, bro. Like ADP was on mute until I joined. Just let me speak, bro. Like one at a time, but you don't gotta just.
You know what a mirage is?
You know what I'm saying?
Wait, hold on, Kaz. You know what a mirage is? Kaz, you know what a mirage is? Wait, Polly, hold on. You know what a mirage is, Kaz?
Just I know it's not an original picture.
No, like a mirage. Like if I'm in the desert and I see things off in the distance that may or may not be there. That's like a mirage. You know what that is, right?
Sure, I heard the term.
Okay, so your eyes are just like you're seeing something, but that may or may not be there due to the conditions that you're in.
So you guys are having illusions.
Yeah, basically. So
you don't even need to have a mirage. Well,
I'm just trying to illustrate. I'm saying that what I'm trying to get you to understand that there are times you can see something that either is or is not there. That your eyes are not perfect. That you can't just use those only as the unit of measurement.
Yeah. Your brain fills in blanks all the time and sometimes does it incorrectly, right? It literally wants to save energy.
I'm not disagreeing with none of that.
Okay. Processing as possible, so it often makes assumptions.
Right. So when you ask me if the Earth is a perfect circle, and I say I don't have enough information with my eyes to make that judgment, that's not sufficient enough information to just use my eyes. So no, I can't just say yes to that question.
Okay, Arthur, here's the thing. I get that, right? But here's the thing, right? You're saying the closer you are, right? Because I said the furthest any human has been away from Earth is about 250,000 miles. Meaning, that's why I said that. From 250,000 miles, is that far enough to where you can't see the real shape of the Earth? So you guys are agreeing this is not the real shape of the Earth.
No, that's not what we're agreeing.
Now wait, let me finish talking. So the closer we get, the easier it is to see the shape of the Earth. Meaning, since that picture is not 250,000 miles, and it's however miles he said, because you can only get closer.
You're gonna make me jump on you again, brother.
Wait, Teddy.
Go by what you said. You put the stats in there. So basically, if you're closer to 250,000 miles, it gets easier to see the shape. Meaning, even at that shape, it still looks like a damn near perfect circle to the human eye. Here's the thing, right? If you see a odd shape, right? If I see a cylinder, it's not gonna appear as a circle.
You're doing everything except admitting that the Earth ain't flat. That's what you need to be doing at this stage. Otherwise, you're delusional, young brother.
Okay, Arthur, that's where I'm going with, right? So basically, you're seeing this picture, right? You're saying, is this picture what Earth looks like or not? That's simple.
But I don't want. No matter how close. Wait, guys, he's asking me. You don't even know what you're looking at in that. Hold on. Guarantee you. All right. So here's the thing.
Three people off.
Polly, wait. Kaz. So here's the thing. No matter how close or how far I am, I would never just trust my eye as the unit of measurement or the measuring device with which to determine the shape of the Earth.
So you're saying this, right? If I have a basketball that's a little bit stretched out, correct?
Yes.
You're saying if I go really far and use my camera, right, that it's gonna appear like a perfect circle?
It's not. It will not.
So that's my point, because shapes
and this doesn't appear like a perfect circle.
Polly, hold on, bro. I don't like people that disagree with me that just like to talk. Like listen to what I'm saying.
I've not even said anything.
But you're saying something when I'm saying it though. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, man. We listening to you and you really ain't saying shit, bro. Keeping it 1,000 with you, man.
ADP,
You
really ain't saying shit, bro.
Here's the thing. When I make a point and I land it, I want to hear the rebuttals. But don't say, oh, no, don't move me down because you can't even rebuttal the point.
I've not even done anything. No, nigga, I'm gonna throw you straight up. I moved your ass down for saying that picture was 250 miles away from the Earth. That's why I moved you down. That was a blatant fucking lie, so I moved you down for it. I'm not like the rest of them. You just can't tell blatant lies and keep going.
Talking lies. I didn't.
That's why. No. I'm explaining to you. I am explaining to you why I put you down.
Why?
Okay. Because you told a blatant lie, and you said the picture in my PTR was from 250 miles away, and that was a blatant lie.
ADP, let me clarify.
Hey, I don't care if you keep trying to talk over me. It don't matter. You can easily just mute up, and I can just get it off. But if you keep talking, that's on you, bro. No, ADP my ass. Be quiet for a second. Goodness gracious. Be quiet for a second.
I
don't care about your list. You wanted an explanation of why you got put in the audience. You told a blatant lie, so I put you down for it.
The third bullet
what's wrong with you? Here, get back down again.
You didn't let me get to the
Go ass back down. Lying ass nigga. I don't like lying ass niggas like that. I'm for real with you. I don't like dudes that be sitting around blatantly lying like that, bro.
You guys, can I relate some like flat Earth like? Can I relate some flat Earth theory history here that might help Kaz understand why he's, his sort of like ideological view on this stuff, where it comes from, and why he's stuck on it, right? So there's this guy.
I understand what you guys are trying to do, but you're not going about it the right way, especially ADP. I'm sorry.
Listen, I don't give a fuck about none of that. I don't care what you say. Now, he wasn't going about it right. When I was being cool, he was trying to speak over me. When I was being cool, everybody was trying to speak over me. I got to raise my voice, and now I'm going about it the wrong way? Absolutely not. Now, all I want to do is make a simple point, but y'all keep talking for some odd reason. It's very odd that when somebody's trying to say something, others just intentionally keep talking.
Just make your point.
Anyway, what I was trying to say is like if you know the history of flat Earth theory, right? We're talking like these are people in the mid 1800s, right? Like prior to any sort of sophisticated modern physics and astrophysics that we have today. So, yeah, are they looking at this sort of like philosophy of science type stuff? Sure, right? But the whole root of flat Earth theory is based in you have to make empirical observations with your own eyes in order to establish something as a fact, right? And this guy Samuel Robotham and Zetetic, freaking philosophy and all this other crap, that's what came up with. But the thing is like once you get to a level of knowledge, right? You're getting into your epistemology. How do we know things? We know things about, facts, right? Measurements about the universe that we cannot observe with our naked eye, right? Because we have ways of measuring things that are more precise than our eyes at this point. And so it's really silly to think that your whole philosophy of how the universe works, how the planet works, should be based on what you can empirically observe with your eyes, right? We're well beyond that. We got beyond that less than a century later from the Samuel Robotham guy. So move on, right? Samuel Robotham didn't have Large Hadron Colliders. Samuel Robotham didn't have satellites. So yeah, it's really silly. And you're trying basically, and this is the same thing I tell to people that have like a philosophy of like morality and things like that that's based in Bronze Age cultures. We have outgrown that as human beings. We need to work with the best models that we have now, right? And the best models are the ones that make the most accurate predictions. And right now, the most accurate models we have are quantum mechanics, general relativity, right? And essentially all of the ways of predicting the movement of the cosmos that is done in astrophysics. They are the most accurate models. Are they perfect? No, because we can always improve upon them, right? Just like general relativity and quantum mechanics improved, makes better predictions, right, than Newtonian physics. We could still use Newtonian physics for really rough, estimations in engineering. They're close enough, but we have refined our models to the point that we cannot make, calculate how we're going to send a satellite into space or a Mars rover using that. We're able to use the general relativity to make better measurements and aim better, basically. So, Kaz, I'm sorry that you can't wrap your head around these models that make accurate predictions. All you're doing is going around using a model of the Earth that makes inaccurate predictions, which means you're at a disadvantage in your life. That's all.
Now, for clarity, real quick, Kaz, you was talking about the picture that's in my PTI. I am Teddy, bro. That's me. That picture that you pointed out is not from 250 miles away. There is metadata about where they were when they took that picture. They was approximately 142,000 miles away from the Earth when they took it. Period. The end. All that other nonsense shit you making up, and you're gonna blatantly say that's an ISS photo 250 miles away? No, you got put down for blatantly lying like that. Don't put false narratives out here, bro. You can look things up. You use the GPT for everything else. You could have used it for that. You chose not to. You came up with some other nonsense, and then you try to spew it and try to move on to some more nonsense, and then you try to machine gun mouth a bunch of nonsense, asking 1,000 questions. We're not doing that over here, bro. You got to take that to FEG if that's the game you want to play.
What's up, folks? Why are we shitting on Kaz, man? I just got back.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'm shitting on him. I think I'm actually being quite compassionate and trying to
Kaz is a moron. I'm not
give him a way of looking at the world.
Oh my God! Look at Cora White Knighting again.
Look, I didn't hear anything anybody said while I'm on.
All right, sorry guys.
You tell me all this shit, so yeah.
Guys, can we have a conversation now? Can we have a conversation?
If I'll have a conversation with you, you see how everybody else is on mute? I don't want them to conversation.
But can I speak first?
Go ahead, me and you, bro. You ask the question, not you, not anybody else. So don't even ask me the question if you're not Polly.
All right, guys, can you just be civil here?
These niggas is not civil, bro, and they think they're smart, bro. Like what?
Don't take shots at us if you don't want us to say anything, Kaz. You just took shots at the whole stage. Don't do that, Kaz. Because you will go back down. Kaz, you understand that?
Stop.
Don't take shots. Wait, Polly, I'm moderating. Kaz, don't take shots at the stage. Everyone was being quiet. Kaz, shut the fuck up. We were all being quiet. Polly, stop. We were all being quiet, and you took Polly. Stop. Polly, stop. Polly.
I just got caught up.
Polly, stop. Polly, Kaz, we were all being quiet, and you took a shot at the people on the stage. Don't do that.
I didn't get caught a moron.
That's simple.
I didn't get caught a moron.
Can you understand that? But Kaz, can you understand that?
I didn't get caught a moron.
Kaz,
I don't understand that.
I'm telling you.
It's okay.
That's all I'm saying, Kaz.
I don't respect it because you haven't. You didn't acknowledge I got caught a moron. So
I didn't call you a moron. I did.
Guys, they called you
and Arthur didn't tell you nothing. That's cool. Go ahead, Polly.
It's okay. You've done it back, so no more.
Polly, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
No more throwing shots, please.
Give me your logic, and I'll easily rebuttal it with logic. Go ahead.
It's not about rebuttaling. I want to understand your how your mind works. Your frame, the frame of work that you're trying to put out here, and your logic is what I'm not trying to play who's wrong, who's right. I just want to understand your logic.
Right. So basically, right, you have people that believe the Earth is a globe, and you have people that don't buy that shit, right? But these same people agree on certain other things, right? We agree how cell phones work. We agree how cars work. We don't debate these things because we all agree on the consensus. Why? Because there's nothing suspicious in the narratives, correct?
Okay.
That's why I'm not discussing with you how TVs work or all that other bullshit, right? We agree on a lot of things. We agree on more things than we disagree on, Polly. Would you agree with that?
Okay. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about.
You're asking for my mindset, Polly.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm just giving you a basis. That's called a thesis. Okay. You went to school.
That's not a thesis.
That's called a thesis. That's mine. So basically, you can agree. We agree.
No. Sorry. Okay. Can you tell me what your thesis is again? What's your thesis?
But I just gave you.
No.
Right?
What's your thesis? You said that's your thesis. What's your thesis?
Bro, I just gave it to you.
That's my introduction to my point. More things that we disagree on. Is that your thesis?
Yes, right. Throughout the world, right? We agree how cell phones work, cars work, gasoline.
Kaz, I'm a medical doctor by training, so I follow a flow chart. Your thesis, I'm going to write it down now. Your thesis is we believe in more things than we disagree, which I agree with. Okay, so good. I'm following your logic. We agree on how cars and TV works and how other things work, right? We just disagree on the.
But here's the thing, though. Right.
What is it that we disagree on?
Let me keep, bro. Let me just talk, bro.
Can I get clarification before I move on?
I'm giving you clarification when I'm talking. Okay. Bro, I know what you're asking. I'm already preparing to answer it. You finish this, you can't even ask it in 3 words. You take 20 words to ask something you could say 5. But listen, basically, right, we agree on these things because they're very transparent, right? There's not much, red flags when it comes to these things that, and it doesn't really affect too much things, right? Now, when it comes to flat earth, right, how is it that people that agree on so much have a disagreement on this point? Does that mean everybody that believes in this is stupid? I mean that you would have to beat everybody in an IQ test that believes in flat earth. That means you believe that you have the highest IQ than anybody with the flat earth. Can you say that is definitely true? No, you can't. No, you can't. Because I promise you. Well, hold on, Paul. It was a rhetorical question. Because if you put your life on that bet and took an IQ test versus everybody that believes in flat earth, you would have been dead.
Okay. Can I
test 10 more seconds.
This is a conversation.
10 more seconds. Yes, 10 more seconds.
He can interject. Okay. Let him get some too. Let Polly get in there. Come on, Kaz.
Cool. See, that's a good
one. Be concise.
I can respect.
Take your own advice. Be concise and mute up now.
Because I can respect.
Okay. So like you said earlier, you said your thesis was the concept of us agreeing on multiple things together, and the only thing that we disagree on is flat Earth and global Earth. So
not the only thing, but one of the major
differences. Okay, that's your thesis. So, and the major difference of what you've just put to me now is are the people that believe that the concept of the Earth being not flat, are we better than them? Or the concept of the Earth being flat, are we better than them? Or
are you smarter than everybody that believes in flat Earth?
No. So can I continue?
Go ahead.
There? So no, I don't believe that. However, there is something called understanding a concept. So, like I said, I'm a medical student. So my training is in medicine. I would not argue with someone who's an engineer or a civil engineer on how building a bridge works. In the concept of building a bridge, I am ignorant. That is exactly what the concept is. If you were to come to my hospital and try to give someone medication and argue with me on how medication or pharmaceuticals or things work, he might be ignorant. That's if he's read up enough on the topic. In that field, I'm the expert. In his field, he's the expert. So not one person is perfect on so many things. So the things like, for example, that you say we all agree on, the cars and how they're made, there are many ways to arrive at a car. You have a 4-cylinder car, you have a 6-cylinder car. Hell, there are some cars that run on 5 and cylinders are even numbers, not odd. But there are wonderful geniuses that want to defy the odds and create different type of models. Now, the concept of the Earth, you are not an expert in the field. We are not. Like, you and I are not experts in the field. The people that are experts in the field, I have determined that the Earth is supposed to be a spherical spheroid shape.
disagree with the fact that so-called experts have
Do you agree that the individuals in the experts in the field? So, for example, like you said, we agree. You said this. Just like I said, I want to know your thesis. You said this specifically. You said that we agree on how cars are made, how TV works, and the people who are experts in making the TV are telling you how it works, and you believe them. They're telling you how the cars work, and you believe them. Why are you so?
Because okay, I got you. Because
why
I agree.
Want to believe the
I agree with
in the field.
I agree with you that yes, the experts, and this is how a conversation should be, right? But I agree with you. Yes, the experts have determined this thing, right? That the Earth is this thing, right? Yes, I agree. Now, does that mean that only experts can understand something? That is a false statement. Now, for you to say, well, you didn't say, but you will also have to say only experts can understand and speak on the topic and be correct about anything. You will also have to say that in the same breath. But we all know that's a false statement because it could be
that is not a false statement actually. So,
okay, Polly, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Stop. Hold on, Polly. I just let you talk. I can't say one point. You cut me off. I let you talk, bro. Even if I wanted to cut you off, I let you talk. Listen, bro, once again, study matters, but it's not the whole system. Skills, some people just have certain skills that see, certain skills of analytical skills, discernment skills. You don't have to be an expert to speak on a topic. You don't have to be an expert to understand a topic or to be correct. You're saying that because you're not an expert, you will always be wrong. That is a false statement. Right? Basically, wait, Paulie, this is my last point. This is my last point. And you were saying, and you could clarify right after, bro, because I made a point for you to clarify the point. So I got you. Now, the thing about cars and TVs, right? The thing about cars and TVs and stuff, yes, they said this. But guess what we can do? We can break our phone apart.
Yes, you can
take the TV apart. Bro, Chan, I'm not fucking talking to you, bro. Shut the fuck up.
No.
Shut up, bro.
No,
stop. Be quiet. Chan, you're messing up the combo. You're messing up the combo, bro. Wait.
Let me say this. Just let me say, dude. We can do the same things with the rockets. It takes a little bit more work, right? It takes a little bit more work that you are not willing to do because you're in this hole of the cult of flat. You are only interested in using a discernment that it is misguided. A misguided discernment. That's all you want to do. Dude, have you ever been to Kennedy Space Center? No. Have you ever been to JPL? No. Have you ever tried to enroll into physics classes and taking math and all these things? No. You're not willing to do that because you're in the cult.
He left.
I mean, you could have let him finish.
He's still here. You guys, just let him know why you guys did that. Don't do that.
Yeah, when I get moved, my volume is set to 0, so when I get moved, it automatically cuts off all the noise. So I didn't want to get
clarity. Point of moderation. Point of moderation, brother. That's why you got moved last time. Point of moderation. You got moved.
All right, guys, just wait.
Polly, relax. Polly, both of y'all relax. Just one second. Point of moderation. You got moved because you're trying to speak over the owner of the house. This is N's house. You're not gonna speak over him. It's not working like that, brother. You're not gonna tell him. Hold on, brother. I'm gonna keep it concise. You're not gonna tell him shut the fuck up and think you're gonna stay on stage.
That's cool. Okay, next.
All right. That's
where were we at, bro? Oh yeah, let me finish my point. The thing about TVs and phones like that, we can open them up, rebuild them, and create our own versions and see it firsthand. So there's not really much to refute. Because if we did refute phones, right, and we didn't have access to them, that would be a different thing. But we have access to these phones. They're right in front of our hands. And it's not really, and we could do a lot of things with these phones.
But Kaz, you wouldn't know what the circuits are.
They're right
right in front of you. You
wouldn't know what the circuits are in order to build a new circuit. You wouldn't know that just because you open it up and look at it.
Yes. Brother, with the phone. Now, I don't want to get too deep on the phone thing, but that's not the case. You can learn that having the phone in your hand. Go ahead, Polly.
Can I go ahead? All right. So we're going to start there with the experts. Experts in the field, before they're deemed experts, they have to go through rigorous training. Like I said, I'm in the medical field. I'm still going through my training. I'm not even yet an expert. But in the hospital, what has killed most people is them thinking they have something and they do not have that. So, for example, there are people that would think that they would swear they have the flu. But ma'am, just because you have symptoms that are similar to the flu doesn't mean you have the flu. You have to get diagnosed by an expert so they can tell you. It's okay that you're worried of the hospital. It's okay that you mistrust the hospital. And different races have different trust for hospitals. But because you have some type of discernment spirit does not make it so. You have to go through an analytical process of diagnosing so that you can confirm. And the only person that can give you that is the experts. And like you said, you learn how to be an expert. You are not exactly the expert. Just learning to be an expert is not equating to be an expert, because experts, they have to go through rigorous training that you haven't. It's okay, you can read books, you can do those things, you can do research, it's fine. But these people, like you said you gave me a thesis. These people have written multiple theses. They have masters, they have PhDs, they've done a postdoctoral program. They're emeritus professors. They've dedicated decades of their lives to studying these things. Just because 5 years or 10 years doesn't change the fact that these people are experts. I'm not trying to say that you cannot go ahead and break down a TV or break down something. Say that. Let me finish, please. You are failing to understand that when you are not an expert in a field, having discernment alone or having just an analytical logic or having an high IQ cannot just help you. Like you said you're going to break down the phone and experiment. Problem is, experimenting can cost you time if you're doing it on a larger scale. You're dealing with costs that could take decades, that could take millennia. Even experimenting with that little circuit that you have, it's going to take you hours and hours to know how.
We're not debating that.
Functions. You're not debating that, but exactly that is why you need the expert, the person that already knows what that circuit is, so they can tell you, so you don't have to go in there blind.
I hear your point.
And that's exactly what the experts in the astrophysics, or the astrophysicists, or the quantum physicists, or the people that study quantum mechanics their entire life, or the people that study general relativity their entire life, or people who study Newtonian physics their life. They've already done the math for you. They've already done the research for you. And even if you're researching on ChatGPT is an AI that would pull from all these papers that are online. They give you the knowledge that you know. There are primary sources, there are secondary sources, and there are tertiary sources. Okay. You are using ChatGPT that's going to pull from primary sources, secondary sources, and tertiary sources so that you can get knowledge.
Else, bro.
I'm telling you exactly it is. I'm telling you that you right now are failing to believe the experts in the field that have told you that the earth.
Okay, I heard you, bro. Let nigga 10 say what he's saying so I can respond, bro.
Let me just say this. Polly is correct, 100%. You don't know the intricacies of that circuit. You're making an assumption that when you're in your phone, that is what's delivering the information to your brain. It's an assumption because you don't know the intricacies of the circuit. For all you know, there could be a little bug flying around your head, right? that's delivering the audio to your ears. For all, dude, you're making an no matter what.
I already hear you.
Until you fully, when you break that phone down, until you understand every aspect of that phone, using your logic, is only when you can determine that the phone is what's delivering audio to your ears.
Right. So
as far as anybody can come to you and say, nope, it's not the phone, dude. It's a little microscopic bug that's flying around everybody's head that's delivering audio to their brain. So you hold on. I dare you to disprove that. Go ahead.
Well, I would, but here's the thing. You guys go on 30 minutes saying things I could say in 2 minutes, right? And you guys just repeat yourselves on certain.
No,
but let me disprove the point. Right? Let me disprove. You say I cannot when I just told you I will.
Kaz, you cannot.
I'm doing it right now.
You cannot do. Stop. You can't. You can't.
Why? So you want to end the conversation?
You can't disprove it. So what
you want to end the conversation?
What we're saying to you, the point is that we're saying to you is, you want to break down the phone, right? Because you in front of you. Guess what? You can also break down rocketry. You can.
Let me explain to you the difference, right?
Do it.
It's this simple, right?
What's the difference? Go ahead.
That's what I'm doing. Like, you're so fixated on being right, bro. Like, calm down. Listen, this is the difference. When I have the phone in my hand, I can learn the intricacies just by playing with.
Dude,
it's so crazy how you muted me, bro. No respect, zero respect, bro. Why are you muting me?
Because you lose. When you have the rocket, dude, you can break down the rocket. You can go there and do the same thing.
I can't make my point?
No. You can do it.
I can make my point, right?
No. You can break down the rocket.
So can I make my point?
No, dude. You're already wrong.
So y'all want to end the conversation then? Since I can't make my point.
I'm just
saying.
saying.
Party, never mind. The moderator's ending the conversation because he doesn't want to let me break my point. You know what I'm saying? Party, you see why everybody looks at you guys like you guys are delusional? Because you won't let people speak.
You believe a doctor when they tell you.
We kept the respect until we let me speak.
Paulie talk, brother. What the fuck are you doing?
Let Paulie talk. Shut the fuck up, Drills.
It's okay. So, hey, guys, please. If you believe a doctor when they tell you.
Let me finish my point. You're not about to talk before me, bro.
If you believe a doctor.
Paulie, you just said your point. You landed. You already landed your point, Paulie. Let me land my point.
Cuz. Disprove
that. Let me land my point.
Cuz disprove is not a little microscopic bug flying around everybody's head.
It's easy to prove you
audio to their brain. Go ahead.
It's easy to prove you wrong. Easy.
Go ahead.
But you don't want to let me talk. You know why? Because you're scared to talk to me, bro. You guys have no integrity. Can I go? You already took your turn. You already have some integrity. Have some integrity, Polly. You win. Polly. Polly, you win. You win.
I tried to help you.
Just mute up, bro. Mute up, bro.
I told you
everybody, let's give him the chance to disprove that it is not a little microscopic bug flying around every human being brain head that has a phone. Go ahead. Hey, guys.
Oh, he left. I don't know. But, okay, the issue with Kaz is this. Kaz, if you can believe a car expert when they tell you that your car is, the engine of your car has a problem, so you need to fix it, why didn't you break the car down yourself? Why did you trust the mechanic? Why did you trust the expert? If you go to the hospital and like, you might have prediabetes and you need to cut down on your sugar, why didn't you obviously you're going to go for a second opinion and a third opinion, but you're still going to another expert. Why didn't you cut up your own body or do your own test to find out if you were pre-diabetic or not? The question is, you believe the expert on every other thing, but why are you failing to recognize that you have a deep bias against
the Earth as. If they say that's what it is, then till they prove themselves or till other experts in their field can go and do extensive research and go like, we got it wrong. This is what we can add to the concept of the science of earth science, and we can say you were wrong. Time and time again, there are multiple times in medical sciences where they've got it wrong. They used to think that women, the way to stop women from being depressed after giving birth was to crack their heads open and let blood flow from their body. It was idiotic. They changed those things. That's exactly what learning is. You continue to learn and continue to learn and continue to learn. You're feeling to understand that your bias is stopping you from seeing that you believe the experts everywhere else. Why? The astrophysicist world. Why? That's the question you should ask yourself. Deep question you should ask yourself. If I believe my doctor, I believe my engineer, I believe the guy that comes to fix my pipe, I believe the guy that changed my tire, I believe whatever it is that you believe, of all the things that you say is your thesis. You said your thesis is we agree on everything else, on how everything works. And everything that you've listed, they all have experts. Why are you indifferent, or why do you not believe those that are astrophysicists? Ask yourself that. Simple.
Polly, so I think that the reason why people are very distrusting of astrophysicists, of engineers, of physicists, of geologists, is the work that they do, and I can speak on this because I do active astrophysics research. It is extraordinarily hard. People don't like things that are very hard to understand because it requires them to think. It's very easy for them to just dismiss things that are very hard to interpret because it makes the world a lot nicer and neater to such an extent that they don't actually have to do any of the work to realize why things work the way they do. John, that is a phenomenal PTR.
Yeah, I think one of the ways that Kaz's metaphor breaks down with the cell phone is that the cell phone functionality isn't limited to the object in his hand. It engages a whole lot of other infrastructure that include things that are in outer space, line of sight towers. It engages things that we can't see, like signals, and radio waves and all of that other stuff, microwaves, whatever network your freaking cell phone is on, whatever frequency it's broadcasting on, basically. So no, you cannot make a cell phone function. Like if you put a human in a vacuum, not like an actual air vacuum, but like an information vacuum, put it that way. Yeah. Handed them a cell phone, right, that was turned off or something, and wanted them to get it to work. If they didn't know, right, if they didn't know that they needed all of that infrastructure, it would just be a brick. That's all it would be. It wouldn't be a cell phone. The thing is that a lot of the things we rely on are about aggregate human knowledge, and we do have to rely on experts, and we do have to trust that some of the knowledge we acquired in the past is still useful, or we can test it and prove it wrong and come up with a better piece of knowledge, right? But that's still dependent on the knowledge that came before. We have to have something to test. Were early humans less intelligent than us? No. They just have less aggregate information to work from. We've got 300,000 years of human beings learning things. A smart person is using information acquired by somebody that if you drop them in this century, right, they would have an equally high IQ they just wouldn't have the context or the information to understand what the fuck was going on around them.
You know what it is? I figured it out. If I'm a weightlifter and I'm like, I'm bench pressing like 500 pounds, and someone comes along and looks at me benching 500 pounds, they too can bench 500 pounds because they me benching 500 pounds. That's how it works. Y'all didn't know that? That's osmosis. That's how it works. Through your eyes.
I think that this is just they keep hammering on the truth, and I'm failing to see like what exactly the truth that he's trying to say, because I tried to engage him. I tried to actually, he said a thesis, and I don't think he understands what a thesis is, but that he doesn't understand what a thesis is.
No, he doesn't know what a thesis is. Not at all.
I was like, are you saying a hypothesis or a theory, or what are you trying to, or what exactly are you trying to say? He says that's a thesis. That's absolutely not what a thesis is. But you guys that are experts in the field, I know next to nothing about. The highest I've probably done was AP physics in high school. Actually scratch that. I did do physics in college, but I didn't take it seriously. We didn't do relativity or anything like that. So I don't know. I'm very, very ignorant in the field. I'm sure as hell going to trust the expert on it if they tell me the Earth is not flat.
See, and that's totally fine. I mean, I do advocate for people who are interested in these topics to go and actually learn the topic for themselves. There's nothing better than actually having the knowledge, acquired for yourself as opposed to just believing somebody else. But, a good example is like, I know next to nothing about organic chemistry, but I'm not going to sit here and argue from ignorance that everything that chemists do is just wrong because I don't understand it. Right? It's the same concept. You can be ignorant about a field, but also recognize that you don't have to just completely discredit the work that people do in that field.
It's so crazy. You get moved down when people can't rebuttal your points. Not like I disrespect anybody, but
Kaz, it's rebut. It's rebut. Rebuttal is a noun. Rebut, it's the verb.
Rebuttal, okay. Yeah. Don't correct me. I said it properly.
No, you did not.
Actually, I was gonna say my mother definitely did not.
I did.
Anyway, so the issue here is this, right? I think like every stage, definitely, I don't know, level, but it seems that everyone in here is doing something and very familiar with the sciences. And I think that everyone is, at some level, go to school to reach an expert level. And someone that's on the outside that is presuming or assuming something that they know about your field, you try to make them understand it, but they cannot conceptualize it, like someone rightly said, because it's very, very hard.
So, Paulie, are you an expert when it comes to this science stuff? Do you consider yourself an expert?
I mean, I'm a medical.
It's a yes or no question,
for medical sciences, yes. I mean, I'm learning. I'm on the track to becoming an expert.
I doubt that you're an expert at a medical science, bro. Because there's levels to this.
He just said he's on track.
Why you, bro? Why are you so thirsty to chill?
Because when you say something incorrectly, you need to be corrected.
So
he just said he was on track. You can't say I doubt you are when he literally just said I'm on track to become.
So what did I say that was wrong? If I doubt he is, then that's just my feeling, which I'm not wrong for saying I doubt.
You are wrong for saying it because he's on track to becoming it.
So prove that I'm wrong saying that.
This is the problem. This is the Dunning-Kruger thing. You do not have the level of expertise. You do not have the level of expertise to judge his proficiency in the medical sciences.
Exactly.
Why do you?
Because we can look at the top experts, right? We can look at the top experts in his field and what makes them an expert, and then compare his credentials.
Yeah, we could look at them and they would say
There's always a measuring point.
Are the expert?
There's always a measuring point. He's not an expert.
Why would you have to
Well,
doubt?
I was right though. He said he's
Why
not an
would you
expert.
have
I said
to
he's not an
doubt?
expert, so I was right. I was right.
You're not right. Because I already said I wasn't.
So we're okay. Then we both agree. I was right.
So
That
why
you're not
would you
right.
have to
You're not
doubt?
right.
You hate when I'm right.
That makes no sense.
No,
I hate when I'm right.
No, it's because you're not right, Kaz.
I'm the
You're
expert.
not right. That's not. You don't
I
know
never
how to
thought he was an
read.
expert. But here's the thing, Polly. So you're basically saying you don't know anything. You're just believing the people that have the title authority. So you just believe anybody that has an authority title.
Does anybody hear
That's
me?
all it is. That's all it is. Basically, the consensus I got from everything you said was, okay, if this person has a title, then that means I should believe it. That's all I heard from you. I didn't hear it. Why am I getting muted? Am I speaking over somebody?
Yeah, you're speaking over the moderator, John. Go ahead, John.
He's not even here, is he? He's not here. And I wasn't speaking over him. I waited till he finished.
No, you were speaking over him the whole time.
You were speaking over him.
He's
But
not
it's
here,
all
so
good,
I
though.
guess it wasn't that important.
Here, Kaz, I'm gonna warn you one last time. You get it right or I'm putting you down, and that's it for you, man. 3 strikes and you out, brother.
Yes, but that we have a physicist on the stage, you know. That's not important at all. We need to hear from you more than that.
John and
So
myself.
I just want to ask 2 questions, right? So if other experts, right, since you guys only listen, you guys only care if they have an authoritative title, you know? If they don't have a title, you can't believe them because
That's not the case
they don't
at
have
all.
a title. But that's
They're
the case for you
listening to
guys,
me.
right?
I'm not an astrophysicist, but the thing is that I demonstrate. I demonstrate a level of understanding of the subjects. I'm an autodidact, right?
All you
I
did
can
was
care
speak
about
words,
this stuff
Cora.
enough to learn.
All you did was speak words that you learned from other people. That you're not doing. You're not.
No,
really
I'm
doing
not.
it.
And all you're doing using word that you learned when you went into high school. What do you say? That's a dumb statement made to say she's only using words that she learned from someone else. We're all using words that we learned from someone else, Kaz.
We use that.
Kaz, we're all using words that we learned from something else.
You know what I mean by that.
No, I don't know what you mean by when you're belittling her what she said by saying you learned it from someone else. We all learned something from someone else. That's how we learn shit.
Let me put it this way: if you were in Bucharest, Romania, and you found yourself in visiting a man who has a physics degree from the Sorbonne and is also an award-winning German playwright and translates multiple books from 5 different languages: German, English, Spanish. Well, what else does he speak? Anyway, into Romanian. That's his job, right? He has a whole freaking giant apartment stacked to the fucking ceiling with books, right? And you sit down at the kitchen table with him and you have an 8-hour-long conversation while he chain smokes, right? Would you be able to do that? No.
Why wouldn't I?
Oh my goodness. For fuck's sake. Like, this is what I'm talking about. I have a general interest in the world. I'm an autodidact. I learn things, right? I would never claim to be a subject matter expert in the field, but I have enough of a general knowledge base, right, that I can hold conversations with people that are subject matter experts and learn from them. Because I recognize that someone has more knowledge than me, and I know when to benefit in their presence.
Exactly. So, Cora,
and that's where you're Kaz. That's where you're missing this.
Bro, Polly, let me talk because you go 15 minutes saying something you could say in 30 seconds, right? And I don't know if it's
I don't understand your point, but
listen to what I'm saying. Cora, basically, right? You're saying this: if there's a cat in a box, and I reach in and I see the cat in a box, right? I know it's a cat in a box, but you're saying, because you listened to the man that told you it's a cat in a box, therefore you know it's a cat in the fucking box. It's 2 different learning experiences. Your learning experience is secondhand word of mouth. what we're talking is first-hand personal experience. You guys don't have any first-hand personal that these claims
First-hand personal experience. Now, if someone told me there was a cat in the box, hold on, Cass. This is what you don't understand.
Oh my God, you're pissing me off,
understand, Cass. If this is why you thought you are not a scientific thinker. Okay.
Actually, you're a big idiot.
Hold on, I need to explain how to actually. Oh my God, you two, stop. So, if someone told me there was a cat in a box and I couldn't see into the box, I would use a whole bunch of other data to come up with a Bayesian analysis of the probability that there actually was a cat in the box. Is this person an honest person?
How would you figure
Do
that
they
out?
have an understanding? Did they look into the box when it was open to see what was in there before I could see it? All of these things would factor into whether or not I believe that there was a cat in the box. And even then, I wouldn't be 100% certain, right? I would only be like just saying, okay, I could go for it, right? But when I look at scientific theories, that's what I do. How much knowledge does this person have? What is all of their data that's backing this up? What methodology did they use to come up with this conclusion?
You know the person doesn't matter in this equation, right? If I look in the box and I see a cat, I saw the cat. Now, if somebody told you there's a cat in the box, how can you then prove or know it's really a cat in the box? What study would you have to use? I'm not sorry to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Cora. You didn't even let Cora respond.
How do you recognize the card? You know what? Let me play the mind game. How do you when you look at the box? How do you know
He thinks I play mind.
How did you know it was a cat? How did you know it was a cat? How did you know it was a cat?
What's your question?
Why didn't you think it was a dog?
Because we know. Because I saw the cat.
We know who's we.
And what if I'm in Romania and they say it's a pisica, right?
What you say?
And I open the box and I go, no, that's a cat, right? Well, they told me it's a pisica, right?
I saw the cat. I saw the cat.
For fuck's sake.
You're an idiot. I'm sorry, but you are.
Holly, what's your question?
This makes no sense. Your analogy
It's too simple that you can't wrap your head around this shit. It's so simple.
I can't wrap my head around the fact that
what don't you understand about the analogy? I saw a cat in a box. I saw a cat, right? I walked up to the box and I saw a cat because I opened the box.
How did you know it was a cat? How did you know?
Because I know what a cat is.
How do you know you know what a cat is?
Because it's been classified.
Well, who classified
classification.
But who classified it?
Everybody agrees on the consensus of a cat.
Not everyone agrees.
Everybody agrees.
Not everyone agrees. But who classified it?
If I show you a pig cat, will you disagree it's a cat?
Maybe I might.
Okay, let's see how stupid or smart you are. I'm gonna put a picture of a cat. You tell me it's a cat.
Yeah, it's disqualified.
You can't go around the mind. You can't play mind games. What's up, ADP? What you said?
How do you know it's a cat?
I can't hear you because I'm probably talking over you, ADP.
Who classified that? Your village recognize that it was scientists that classified cats. You're an idiot. You're a big idiot. There was no consensus.
Polly. A cat is something everybody can see.
Everyone can see it, but it was classified. It was classified by experts.
Your experts didn't buy a cat, idiot.
Okay, now we know you're an idiot.
Cats were classified by experts? Like what?
And everyone in the room. Can anyone show me your hands if you know that cats were classified by experts?
What are you talking about? Cats.
You don't know that there are different families of cats? They have botanical.
Yeah, if you showed me a domestic cat, I would say
you don't know any,
right?
Idiot. You're using analogies of something you don't know.
This is the point.
He's panicking, right?
That's the point. If you showed me a domestic cat, if you showed me a domestic cat, I would say that is a Felis sylvestris, right? And then if you showed me a lion that is a cat, I would be like, yes, that is a cat. But that kind of cat is a Pantera
I said cat. I'm not talking about cat. I'm talking about
lions are cats.
I'm talking about cats.
This guy's an idiot. It's like it pisses me off. Like people like this piss me off. People like this piss me off. You don't even understand how you know it's a cat.
Yeah,
a cat, it's by consensus.
That's like just enough.
You just said the reason why we all know it's a cat is by consensus. All agree that the consensus that it's a cat. So if we all agree, so Kaz, so if we all agree by consensus that the Earth is round, therefore you should believe the consensus that
we saw the
Earth. Wait, hold on. You should all believe that the Earth is round because the consensus is
never seen
like you said. Wait, no, hold on. You just said by stop. You said by consensus, the whole group is agreeing that it's a cat. Doesn't make a difference if we see it or not. If the group agrees it's a cat. No.
It makes a difference if you see it.
No. That wasn't a qualifier.
That's what I said.
No. You said that's not what you said. You all agree.
Said you have to
that's what you said. You said we all agree.
You say parts of what I say.
No, you didn't say because we saw the cat.
I didn't said that.
You said because we all agree.
Even when I mentioned the TV,
you said we all agree.
Even when I mentioned the TV and the cell phone, I said we all see it and can interact with it. I also.
Do you see the electricity? Kaz, do you see the electricity? Kaz, do you see the electricity?
Do I see it?
Yeah.
He painted himself in a corner, y'all.
How do you see the electricity?
Because when you put it, you see the sparks fly. That's electricity.
When I what?
Yeah.
Those are what
happens with electricity.
Wait, no, stop. When you do what? When you do what? You see the electricity?
With electricity?
No. In the cell phone, do you see the electricity?
Yeah, you can see it.
How?
Open it up and touch it with the metal. It will spark.
You're an idiot. What? Wait, hold on. Wait. Stop. So if I open up a cell phone and I put a piece of metal up to it, I'll see the circuit spark, and that's the electricity.
So what are you saying? You saying you don't know? Then you
no, I'm asking you. That's what you're saying. Yes or no?
We know what electricity is.
No, that's not what I asked you.
What you asked?
I asked you, can you see the electricity flowing through the circuits? Yes or no?
Yes, and sometimes you can.
No. Can you see it with your eyes? Yes or no?
Yeah, sometimes you can. Yeah.
No.
Depends on what you're doing.
Now, I'm asking you with your eyes, and be honest. I open up the phone, I have it sitting on the table, and I'm looking at it. Can I see the electricity? Yes or no?
On the phone? Why not?
No. Yes, on the phone. It's on the table. I got the circuits open. I'm looking at it from the table. How would I see the electricity?
You interact with it.
No. Just looking at it.
What you mean?
I'm not touching it, not interacting. I'm just looking at it. Can I see electricity?
I mean, if you want to see it, you can see it.
How?
It depends.
How?
What do you mean how?
With my eyeballs, not interacting with it. With my eyeballs, can I see the electricity?
Yeah, depends on how you're using your eyeballs. Like, what the fuck?
How would I use my eyeballs to see the electricity? Explain.
It's many different ways.
How?
What's your point, bro?
How?
What you mean how? You're so smart, right? So you
No, stop. Polly, stop. Polly, Kaz, you're saying that we see the cat, and therefore we know it's a cat. I'm asking you, the electricity. How do I see the electricity with my eyes?
You can see it through a telescope.
No. Just my eyes. Just my eyes, Kaz.
You can.
Kaz, just my eyes. Can I see electricity?
You can see electricity with your eyes.
How?
Do you think you can see electricity with a telescope?
Wait, Polly, stop. Kaz, how can I see electricity?
You can see it with your eyes by observing.
How?
What are you talking about?
How can I see the electrons and the protons and neutrons? How can I see that?
Because when it produces something visible, you
Don't worry about something visible. I want to see the actual
when
electrons.
it turns to light, you can see it, literally.
What?
It's like lightning. Can you see lightning?
Wait, hold on. I'm asking
lightning.
Electricity in the phone. No. Stop. Don't move the goalpost. Stay on topic.
Lightning and electricity.
Stay on topic.
No.
Can I see the electricity in the circuit board?
I told you he's the idiot.
Kaz, stick to the topic. Can I see electricity in the circuit board? Yes or no?
Yes, you can.
How?
If it produces light.
How?
What you mean how? If it produces light.
Right. What light?
What you mean? What light, bro?
What light?
Light?
The light is the byproduct. The light is a reaction
electricity flowing in the circuits? Yes or no?
Yeah, I told you by looking through the telescope.
No. You don't get to use it. Again, I'm looking. Your thing is that I can only use your eyeballs. You said this the entire time. I cannot use anything else but my eyeballs. So I'm using my eyeballs. You have to be.
Why are you asking this question?
Because you're saying that you see the cat. So I'm asking. Okay, great. We all see the cat. It's a consensus. We all see the cat. But you're saying it's not around Earth because we haven't. Wait, I'm explaining to you. I'm explaining to you. Because you're saying we haven't seen the Earth, therefore it's not round. So my question to you is, have you seen electricity that's sitting there on the circuit board in the phone? And if you're being honest,
So you saying I've never seen electricity on a circuit board? Because that's a cap.
how? How have you seen it? How do you see it?
I looked at it.
With what?
With my eyes.
And you saw the electricity?
Yeah.
We got
So now you can see electricity in the circuit board.
I've been told you that.
Okay.
We got Superman here.
So you're the only person in the world with your naked eye to see electricity in a circuit board. You realize that, right? Wait, Kaz, stop. You're the only person in the world that can see electricity with their eyeballs. You understand that? Within a circuit board.
What is touching electrodes with your tongue doesn't count, okay?
What is that?
Wait, no, right. I'm talking about in the circuit board. In this specific instance, in the circuit board, can you see electricity? And you said yes. And I'm saying to you, bro, wait, hold on. You can be a billionaire tomorrow because you're the only person that can do this. You need to go on television and you need to demonstrate this and make money off of this, bro. Because you're the only person.
So how does that correlate
You're
to the
the
cap?
only person in the world that can do this.
So
You
how does it
understand?
correlate
And he's
to
the
the
only
cap?
one that can see electricity with a telescope.
You can see when lightning happens, you see electricity.
Wait, Polly, I wasn't even gonna go there with the telescope because that's too much. That's too much, Polly.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You can see electricity with a telescope. With a telescope.
I feel like
How are you gonna do that with a telescope?
Kaz, I'm begging you to learn
why would you
fraction
even
of anything.
Do you even know what a telescope is?
Do you know what it does?
What does a telescope?
What does a telescope do, Kaz?
Man, we all know what it does.
What it do?
No, I don't know.
I know. Tell me.
Go back to school.
What is a telescope for?
If the general
Go back to
consensus
school.
is you can see electricity, then shit. I guess I was stupidly believing the experts.
Like I said, right?
So,
How do you know electricity is there? How do you know it's there?
What's a telescope for? What do we use a telescope to see? Wait, Kaz. What do we use telescopes to see?
Anything you want to.
Oh my goodness.
You never looked through a
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Start working on a telescope.
Do you remember the score I said?
Can everybody mute up for a second? I know.
You are arguing with the people that are
You're saying people don't use telescopes to see whatever they want?
So
That's what y'all saying?
I know we're giving Kaz a hard time right now, but
You're not.
this is the whole point. You don't know the basics of how things operate and are trying to profess your
No, you guys
perceived
changed the
intellect of how
goalposts.
things in the
You
world
guys
work.
changed the goalposts from the point we were talking about a cat in a box. So you guys couldn't rebuttal that. So you started talking about electricity. You just shifted the goalposts and I just played and entertained y'all the whole time, and y'all can't even realize that. That's not what we're talking
Entertained,
about.
your
Your whole point was that you could see the cat.
He trying to walk it back now, y'all. He just entertaining. He just kidding, y'all. He got y'all.
Oh, you got it.
You said you could see the cat.
Fell for that. Oh my goodness.
Arthur, back to the point.
You said that you could see the cat. That was the point.
Arthur, I knew why you made that point. You only made that point to say this is what you're gonna say.
So what's a telescope for?
This is what you're gonna say.
What's a telescope for?
You're going to say this. Oh, you can see electricity. So how you know it's there? You still believe in it, right? So that's what you're gonna do.
No, that's not what I was gonna say. Kaz, see, this is where you're fucking. Wait, Kaz, that's not where I fucking was going.
So where were you going?
So Kaz, see, so this is why you can't even have an honest conversation, because you think you wait, Kaz, you think you know the conclusion, and you're fucking not even smart enough to understand that you don't know the difference. That's not where I was going with it.
So where
That's literally not where I was going with it.
So where were you going with it? Surprise me.
Because Kaz, your supposition, I can see the cat, therefore it's real. I haven't seen the earth, therefore I know it's not round.
That's not the
That's what you said. Kaz, you said that I don't know it's round.
You missed
Kaz,
the point.
that's where you said. Kaz, wait, Kaz. Did you say that I don't know it's round because I haven't seen it? Yes or no?
I said that before.
Yes. Okay, correct. I can see the cat, therefore I know it's a cat. I haven't seen the earth, therefore we know it's not round. That's your conclusion. That's your whole statement. Because I haven't seen it. Wait, hold on, stop. Because I haven't seen it, therefore it doesn't exist.
Do you remember the point I said before?
So that right there is the reason why I was talking about this. Wait, stop. The whole thing was about sight and what you could see with your eyes.
That's not what I said.
That's what you said.
That's not what I said.
It is literally what you said.
If you had some integrity, right, you would let me repeat it again, right? If you had any shred of integrity, you would let me speak without trying to say, no, that's what you said. This is what I said. I said, you haven't seen it yourself, so you can't say for definite that that's what it is until you go see it yourself. That's all I said. Because now you eliminate the possibility that people have the ability to lie. Now you're basically covering the possibility that experts also have the ability to lie. So you live in a world where you believe it's impossible.
Having the ability to lie does not mean they've lied. Having the ability, stop. Having the ability to lie does not mean they've lied. Just because you want to believe they lied, stop. Just because you want to believe they lied, that's on you.
It's possible.
It doesn't mean they did.
I said it's possible.
It doesn't mean they did.
I said it's possible.
It doesn't mean they did.
Yes, if you were educated, then you know they wouldn't lie.
I don't talk to people that claim to be educated. Those are the dumbest people on earth.
You're not educated. Yeah, you sound dumb as
You're not educated.
What logic? You have no logic. You said you can use a
Kaz, you're not educated.
By your logic,
you aren't educated.
What
I can ask a fucking 5th grader and they can tell me
people to speak to one person. It takes 5 people to speak to one person. That just shows you how good I am at doing what I'm doing.
It shows you how retarded you are.
You got it right. You won the conversation. There we go. That's how I showed you how to win. You go to the goo. That's how I show you how we won.
You know what pisses me off about this whole situation? It's the fact that this guy is willing to not even think. They said when you open a circuit, what do you see? It was the guy that said he was going to poke around in the circuit and see what they each do. And I told him it was gonna take hours. And now they're asking him in that same circuit, do you see? This man says he does. Raw. Here, take a PhD, bro. Or honorary doctor. I'll give you that.
You gotta remember, y'all, Cass is under the indoctrination, the flat earth indoctrination. They gotta do it themselves, they trust their senses. And so Cass is the type that trusts his own senses would be dead.
You were using senses to detect carbon monoxide, and we all know how that'll end and work out for them, right?
This is a
so y'all gotta be careful with these things.
You don't know the temperature.
This is a motard at work.
Thermometer in it.
You know what's pissing me off? When we asked him what a mirage was, I swear to God, we didn't fully explore if this guy truly knew what a mirage was. Because I could have swore this guy knew what a mirage is. If you don't know what a telescope does, then you definitely don't know what a mirage is. Oh my God. We're even arguing the advanced shit with him. He doesn't know the fundamentals, bro.
Doesn't know the fundamentals.
Now, Kaz
Yeah, he heard about an
qualified
experiment from a cat in the box, but he made it all wrong.
Hey, real quick.
No.
Kaz has disqualified himself from the flat earth
community because he appealed to consensus. That's a no-no in the flat earth community, Cass.
Do you know what's pissing me off about this whole situation? The whole cat in the box situation. I thought he was even trying to go towards Schrodinger's cat.
But he didn't come to that conclusion.
I swear, that's what I thought he was taking the conversation to Schrodinger's cat. And then he said that if he opens the box and he sees it's a cat, who classified cat? Literally the entire scientific world classified animals. They put them. This is literally the theory of evolution and the whole jazz. Classifying animals, classification of species. Like, what is this guy talking about? General consensus. Who was the consensus?
In the various states that I've been driving, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, well, not so much in New Jersey because you don't pump your own gas in New Jersey, but in the other states, you go to the pump and there would be a sticker on the pump that somebody would have put on there right by the cost of the gasoline, and it would be a caricature of Biden, and it would say, "Thanks, Joe Biden." I don't see stickers going up that say, "Thanks, Donald Trump." I think that's kind of interesting. But I think you're right, Howard. That is the pressure point. Agent, followed by Merrill.
Hi, Gary. Yeah, it's interesting. I've been watching the MAGA, or it's not even the MAGA Civil War, because it is in a way, but there's obviously Trump voters, I think, expand beyond just MAGA. I think it's the coalition's a bit broader into far-right people that just happen to align for convenience with Donald, because I think of MAGA as the actual cult of personality.